What's a good time for Chris and I to visit? Who do you like here? Who's the call? Who's gonna, I mean, from now on, who's winning the whole thing? So you can, that way, if you're right, you can tell me you told me so. Okay. And if you're not to be right, you can always say, you know, your hearing sucks. I said it was so and so.
last shot, so it's a little Golden State, please give us the first set of pins and release our arrows to begin our matches. Ladies, higher seed has choice. Lane, please go ahead and supervise. We'll have one more set of matches right after this. 10:45 scheduled matches, well, some senior Queens matches. And our final four contenders will roll off the final 3 TV spots at noon today. Let's give everybody a round of applause here as we kick off these 9 o'clock matches. Ladies, good luck to all of you.
Good morning, everybody. Our featured match for this round, Maria Jose Rodriguez, who's up on the left lane to start things off against Missy Parkin, winner's bracket match. Winner of this match is on the show. As we're down to just 8 total players here at the Queens at this stage. We got 4 in the winner's bracket, 4 in the elimination bracket. In addition to this match, we have Jennifer Higgins versus Tanya Ramanpur in the other winner's bracket match. So the winner of that one is on the show as well. And then we have 2 elimination matches in this round. Amanda Green versus Kelly Kulik, and Liz Johnson against Shannon O'Keefe. Three games, total pins, determines the winner of each match, just like yesterday. And after this round, we will have our match for the top seed on the TV show. They'll be bowling by themselves. And then after that match, our final match of the bracket is that 4-person elimination finale. It's going to be the 2 losers in the winner's bracket this round and the 2 winners in the elimination bracket this round, bowling for the last 3 spots on the show. So far, Missy Parkin out to a little bit of a lead here against Maria Jose Rodriguez. Double for Parkin, a couple of spares for Maria. And Missy already up by 11 pins after just 2 frames. Maria finally on the board with a strike. And don't forget that the TV shows tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, live on ESPN2. A little bit later today, we're going to announce the winners of our Storm Bowling Ball giveaway. We're giving away 3 Storm Bowling Balls, and you can get entered at bowl.com/win, and we are going to announce those winners in our final round of the day today as Missy takes a little bit of a lucky strike for a front 3, and now a 21-pin lead for Missy Parkin. So let's see if Missy can keep it perfect here through 4 frames. And that one she yanked and leaves the 3-6. No problem on the spare for Parkin. She's up 19 after 3.5 frames. We do have a camera over on the Amanda Green-Kelly Kulik match. That's the next closest match to us here. And Kelly with a double. She's leading by 20 against Amanda Green. So we'll check in with that match every once in a while and see how they're progressing. Maria looking for a double, and she's got it. And Rodriguez cuts the deficit to 9 pins. Liz Johnson leads Shannon O'Keefe by 12 pins after 5 frames. And a 25-pin lead for Jen Higgins over Tanya Ramanpur after 4 frames. Rodriguez a chance to take the lead here, and she does. 1-pin lead now for Maria Jose Rodriguez. Here's Amanda Green crossing over, leaving the 6-pin on a double. And she's down by 11 pins. Well, Parkin has only missed once in this game and still finds herself trailing by 1 pin. She can change that here, take the lead with a strike for a double. Let's go over and take a look at Kelly Kulik, who is putting some strikes together, 3 in a row for Kelly. And she fires another one. She's up 31 pins on Amanda Green early in that match. Cameron in the chat asking when the Storm bowling ball winners are going to be announced, and I'm not going to give you a definitive time, but it'll be sometime later today, most likely in our final match of the day. And that match is scheduled to start at noon Pacific time. So be sure to tune in as we are determining our finalists for the TV show here this morning at the National Bowling Stadium. Here is Rodriguez, a chance to build a lead after the open by Parkin. She wheels that one and leaves a 3-6-9 on that shot. So an open frame for Rodriguez, and now she trails by 2. 126 to 124 after 6 frames. Both players working on an open frame. Liz Johnson leads Shannon O'Keefe by 8 after 8 frames. And Jaden Higgins leads Tanya Ramapour by 24 after 7 frames. Kelly Kulik with a big lead on Amanda Green as they are in the 7th frame as well. It's a 48-pin lead for Kulik right now after Green just opened the 6th. Here's Parkin. It's been a pretty close match so far. 7 frames in, only 2 pins separating these 2 bowlers in the winner's bracket of the USBC Queens, presented by Storm Bowling Products. Our thanks to the folks at Storm for their sponsorship of not only the Queens, but the Senior Queens as well. Storm is the bowlers' company. They've got some new bowling balls that have just come out. Hearing a lot of good things about the Optimus. Now be sure to like Storm on Facebook and Twitter. Lots of great information on all of their new bowling balls. Information about everything that's going on in the world of Storm bowling. And again, their new releases, the Optimus and the High Road Solid, now available. Came out yesterday. So be sure to Get out to your local pro shop, pick one up. Let's go over and see Kelly Kulik real quick. Kelly with another strike. She's a storm bowler. That is 6 strikes in a row for Kelly Kulik. And she is up by 68 pins. Meanwhile, Missy shooting her 210 split here. In jeopardy of losing her lead again. And she does open in the 8th frame. So a couple of opens this game for Missy Parkin. Flat 10 for Maria Jose Rodriguez. And Amanda Green just having some struggles over there as she is getting run over right now by Kelly Kulik. A lot can change in these matches, though. They are 3 games total pins, and so things can flip pretty quickly. Players can go from being lined up to struggling in a hurry, and players who are struggling can go to being lined up pretty quick, and all of a sudden the match flips. And we've seen it so many times. So you really can't count anybody out at this stage. Tanya Ramenper just took the lead from Jennifer Higgins with a 6-bagger. Ramenper up by 7 as they are in the 10th frame of game 1. Shannon O'Keefe shot 227. Liz Johnson looks like she might be in the 240s this game. A 6-10 lead for Rodriguez. She leads by 7. Liz Johnson leads Shannon O'Keefe by 19 pins, 246 to 227 after game 1. Maria misses the spare. And so Missy just needs a mark here in the 9th and she'll have the lead back again. It's been a seesaw battle so far, back and forth between Maria and Missy. Kelly Kulik up 76 pins on Amanda Green as they are in the 10th frame of game 1. Let's see what Missy does here. She's struck every time on this lane so far. And she keeps up the trend, and now the question will be, can she strike on the left lane? Last 3 frames on the left lane, 8 spare, 8-1, 8-1. Kelly Kulik ends up with 242. Missy can get to 214 this game. Maria's max 199. And Missy with a 2.810 again. Just can't get the left lane figured out. Lane 45 causing Missy Park all kinds of problems here in this match. Open frame in the 10th for Missy, her third consecutive open frame on that left lane. 182. And the lowest scoring match in the building. Tanya Ramanpur leads Jen Higgins by 5 pins, 230 to 225. Let's see what Maria does here. All she needs is a mark in the 10th to take the lead going into game 2. But she can strike out for a 17-pin lead after the first game. She gets the first one. Pretty good looking shot there. Double in the 10th for Maria. That's going to put her in the 190s. Kelly Kulik with a 74-pin lead after game 1. And yes, the scores are just a little bit out of focus, but you can still read them. It's so that we can show the scores for both of the matches that we've got our cameras on. It's the only way we can get the scores up there, so it's either a score for just one of the pairs or none of them. Or both, I guess I should say. It's a little fuzzy. So I'll take a little bit of fuzzy score, but after this round it's not an issue because there's only one match going on at a time after this round. 197 for Maria Rodriguez, plus 15 for her. Kelly Kulik making her spare in the first. She's leading by 74 on Amanda Green. Tough match so far for Amanda Green. She just can't seem to get anything going over there, and the match going to be over in a hurry at this rate. So we start game 2, Missy Parkin. Missy didn't throw that one very well. She just doesn't have the feel in that left lane for some reason. Struck every time on the right lane last game. Covers up the maybe split and ends the string of opens on that lane, at least for Missy Parkin. But clearly, that's the a significant portion of this match at this point is that Missy's got to figure out that left lane. Liz Johnson leading Shannon O'Keefe by 21. They are in the 4th frame of game 2 already, as Rodriguez starts with a split. Pretty ugly match here so far. It's like a chess match. Remember, this is an important match. The winner of this match is guaranteed a spot on the show as either the 1st or 2nd seed. The loser still has a really good chance to make the finals. They'll be in that 4-player elimination finale where 3 of the players advance. So 75% chance to make the show even with a loss for Parkin or Rodriguez. And here is a big split conversion for Maria. Nicely done. Picks up the 3-4-6-7. Tanya Robinper has opened up a 29-pin lead on Jen Higgins after 3 frames of game 2. Better looking shot for Rodriguez here in the 2nd frame. Don't forget to enter our giveaway for Storm Bowling Balls. We're going to give away 3 Storm Bowling Balls here today. And we're going to announce the winners later today here on our live streaming. And you can enter the giveaway at bowl.com/win. Bowl.com/win is where you can get registered. Storm also giving away some bowling balls. They've got 4 bowling balls they're going to give away along with some shirts and towels. And one of the steps in the bowl.com/win giveaway, it takes you straight to that page where you can enter the other giveaway as well. So a lot of bowling balls up for grabs here this week, courtesy of Storm, as Missy now struggling on the right lane, and that is not good news for Missy Parkin. That had been her good lane, but it's starting to boil over. And now another split for Missy. Five of her last 7 frames have been splits, and 4 of them have been opens. And Missy Parkin is falling further and further behind here, down by 30 right now against Maria Jose Rodriguez. Tanya Robinper leads Jen Higgins by 18 as they close in on the halfway point of the match. And Liz Johnson leads Shannon O'Keefe by 11 after 6 frames in game 2. All right, well, let's see what Missy does here on this left lane. She's left 4 splits in a row on the left lane, dating back 2 games. This game and last game. That's better. Strike for Parkin, and maybe she's got it figured out now. Well, I suppose now if you're Maria Jose Rodriguez, you probably want to try to put a couple of strikes on the board here and build the lead while you can, because you have to figure that Missy Parkin is going to get it sorted out and put some strikes on the board at some point. And right now Maria's up by 30, and there's a big double to go up by 40 in the match. Kelly Kulik still cruising along, up by 85 pins as they close in on the halfway point of the match. She's bowling Amanda Green down on 49 and 50. Maria leaves the baby split with the sleeper. Tough split, but makeable for sure. Tough part's getting that sleeper out of there. See how Maria will shoot this. She goes straight at it. I'm not sure that that's the way that I would shoot that. Probably better to hook it in a little bit to the right of the 3-pin, but an open frame for Rodriguez in the 4th. Liz Johnson has opened up a 32-pin lead on Shannon O'Keefe. A couple of frames to go in Game 2. You're watching live coverage of the USBC Queens presented by Storm Bowling Products here on Bowl TV. Missy Parkin looking for a double. And she's got it, and here comes Missy Parkin. And for those of you who haven't entered our giveaway yet, bowl.com/win is where you can get signed up. Going to give away 3 Storm bowling balls a little bit later today here on Bowl TV. Again, that is bowl.com/win. Parkin down 15 pins now as we are heading into the 5th frame of Game 2. And now all of a sudden Missy Parkin's got 3 in a row and she's within 5. Like I said a few frames ago, you had to kind of figure that that was coming. And Missy Parkin is right back in this match after being down 40 pins. Nice shot by Rodriguez. Been so many splits in this match. They got them all out of their system already. Tanya Ramanpur is on fire over there against Jen Higgins. Spare double, spare triple, and she is putting a beating on Jen in this game. And Ramanpur up 53 pins in the match. O'Keefe and Johnson, pretty tight match down there. They're finishing up Game 2. We'll give you an update on that as they finish. All right, so Maria has established that she's not going anywhere here with a double, and so now it's back on Missy. Missy looking to put 4 strikes in a row together, and she does. And Missy looking much more confident now. After a shaky start to this match, especially on the left lane, Missy Parkin has got it going on right now, and we've got ourselves a pretty tight match at this point. 5-pin lead from Maria Jose Rodriguez. Bowlers are too good to struggle for too long, so you knew that it was going to start lighting up here in a bit, and that is exactly what has happened here. Missy Parkin working on 4 strikes in a row. Let's see if she can keep it going. This would be a strike here would take the lead by 5. And a 10-pin. Not the result she wanted, but a better result than she had been getting on that lane earlier in the match. Shannon O'Keefe just struck out 236. She takes a 3-pin lead on Liz Johnson after game number 2. Liz had 214. Kulik has given back a few pins this game, but she's still in the lead. She's up by 62 as they are finishing up the 7th frame of game 2. And let's see if Rodriguez can build on her lead here. It's pretty good. 3 in a row for Maria Rodriguez. And she is up by 16 now. Jen Higgins just opened again. Her 3rd split for an open this game, and she is quickly falling behind Tanya Ramanpur by a wide margin. Coming up next, it's going to be the winners of our 2 winners bracket matches, bowling for the top seed on the TV show. And that is going to be right after these matches finish up. Maybe a little bit of a break as Maria trips the 4 forward for 4 in a row. And now Rodriguez up 26 pins in the match. Missy starting to put herself in a tough position here. If she doesn't start striking again. She had 4 in a row before they hit 9 spare, but Maria's showing signs of stringing a lot of strikes here. And so Parkin's got to answer the call again. go over and take a look at Kelly Kulik. It is the 8th frame of game 2 for Kelly. Kelly's ball reaction not looking quite as good as it was in game number 1, but Kelly's still leading in the match by 65 pins. So we'll certainly keep an eye on that match, and if it gets closer, we will bring you more of that one. Jen Higgins only bowled 166 in game 2. And meanwhile, Tanya Ramenper is looking to be in the 240s. Here's Missy looking for a double. 10 pin last time on this lane. And now a 7-10, but the 7 goes a little late. She still won't be happy with the 10, but certainly avoids complete and utter disaster there. I mean, that almost would have been a backbreaker if she'd have left that 7-10 and Maria had stepped up and struck out this game. But instead, it's just a 10 pin. But unless Missy could get something going, she could be in some trouble in this match, as Maria is throwing the last 4 strikes in a row. Kelly Kulik in the 9th. She liked it, leaves the 9 pin though. Kelly just can't seem to strike in the last 6 frames or so. I'd say this is a critical shot here for Maria Rodriguez. She can really put the hammer down to close out this game on Parkin. That one's wide. Look at it come back. She's got a little room to the right. 5 in a row. And that's a good sign if you're Maria Rodriguez. It's a very bad sign if you're Missy Parkin. Tanya Ramenper leads Jen Higgins by 74 pins after 2 games. All right, here's Maria Rodriguez, 10th frame. Working on a 5-bagger, can max at 255 this game. That one came back, then I think Maria should go buy a lottery ticket. Leaves the 1-2 as she throws it out the window. Or maybe more appropriate, go play the $5 slot machine here in Reno. Well, Maria's still going to put together a big game here if she can pick up the spare. She'll be at 233. Missy Parkin can only get to 224 this game, so Maria's still with a great chance to increase her lead going into the final game. Fill ball for Rodriguez. Gets that one to strike, 233. Puts her at 430 for the first 2 games. Missy Parkin can strike out for 224. That would put her at 406. So best case scenario here for Missy is to be down 24 going into game 3. She's done all right on this right lane. I think she struck every shot but once. She left a 2.48.10 in the second. And she struck every time on that lane the first game. So that right lane has been no problem for Missy. It's the left lane that she's been having issues with. Be sure to enter our giveaway for your chance to win a Storm bowling ball. We're going to give away 3 Storm bowling balls to 3 lucky winners later on today here on Bowl TV. Bowl.com/win is where you can enter. And here's Missy's second shot in the 10th. A 7-pin. Don't like to see her ball go through the pocket like that. You can tell the look of exacerbation on Missy's face as she saw that ball drive through the pins. She turned around. Missy not looking real happy right now. That is a concerned look on her face. She knows that she is in some trouble in this match. 2-14 for Missy Parkin. And it's a 34-pin lead for Maria Rodriguez. We'll have live streaming tomorrow morning of the USBC Senior Queens Stepladder Finals. That's in about 24 hours from now. They're going to start at 10 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow morning. Should be a great show. There's quite a few Hall of Famers still in the hunt down there. They bowled their final round of match play this morning at, I believe, about 10:30, 10:45 down there on the low end of the bowling center. But we will have live coverage of the Senior Queens Stepladder Finals here for you on Bowl TV tomorrow morning, so be sure to tune in for that. There's folks in the chat asking for an update on Liz Johnson and Shannon O'Keefe. Well, Liz has flipped the match on Shannon. Shannon was up 3 coming into this game, but Liz is now up 27 in the match. Kelly Kulik just doubled in the 10th, and she is going to be up by 76 pins after 2 games. Missy taking her time on this one. Parkin down 34 going into the final game here. Comes up light, but gets the strike on that one. You're watching live coverage of the USBC Queens presented by Storm. Storm is the bowler's company. A couple of new bowling balls coming out just yesterday from Storm Bowling Products. The Optimus and the High Road Solid released yesterday, and you can find more information on those bowling balls if you go to stormbowling.com. Click on the products tab and you'll see the bowling balls that they have offered, including the new Optimus and the High Road Solid. Left lane has been the key for Missy Parkin in this match. Right lane she's had very little trouble with. Left lane, disaster. Let's see if she can change her fortunes here to start game number 3. And week 10. Shannon O'Keefe is battling back against Liz Johnson. Shannon put 3 strikes up on the board. has pulled to within 17. With 2 frames to go. It's going to be the first match to finish, so we'll keep you posted on that. Tanya Ramanpur continues to lead Jen Higgins by a wide margin. 85 pins to be exact. And Kelly Kulik is leading Amanda Green by 76 pins. Shot by Rodriguez. Ball just hooks past the 9-pin. And really, she just needs to match whatever Missy does this game. She'll be more than fine. Up 34, I should say, in the match. It's actually sitting at 33 right now with the count in this game. Down in the Johnson O'Keefe match, they've got a frame and a half to go. Shannon O'Keefe can strike out 9th and 10th to force Johnson to double. So we'll keep you posted on that. Looks like Shannon just went through the face, maybe. I think she left the 4-7. And it looks likely that Liz Johnson will advance in that match. Well, our featured match here could still go either way. 33-pin lead for Maria Jose Rodriguez, member of the Colombian national team, with 8 frames to go. And a 4-pin for Maria. Coming up in the next round, it's going to be our match for the top seed on the TV show. And it looks like it's probably going to be Tanya Ramanpur against whoever survives this match. And remember, the winners in the winners bracket this round are guaranteed to be on the show as either the first or second seed, and we will determine that seeding in the next round. Liz Johnson going to be the first one to advance out of this round as she's going to defeat Shannon O'Keefe. And Liz will move into that elimination finale. Looks like Kelly Kulik will be in that match as well. As Kelly is up big on Amanda Green. Strike for Parkin in the third. Parkin has looked pretty good on that right lane the entire match. She's only missed twice on that lane. Tanya Ramanpur up 74 pins on Higgins with 3 frames to go. So looking like a pretty solid chance that Ramanpur is going to win that match. Big shot here for Missy Parkin, down 32, a chance to cut it to 22 with a double. Missy changed balls and leaves a 7-pin. I think Missy actually changed balls last frame. And it worked okay in the right lane, not so Not so good on the left lane, leaves a 7-pin. And a missed opportunity there for Missy as she fails to double. Still down 32 with the spare. Liz Johnson ends up beating Shannon O'Keefe by 17 pins. 683 to 666. Amanda Green trying to mount a comeback against Kelly Kulik. Amanda's got the front three. Kelly with an open this game. There's a 7-pin for Rodriguez. Let's hop over to that match real quick here. And see what Amanda Green does here in the 4th frame. Strikes again, 4 in a row to start. She's down 76 coming into this game. And Amanda's made up 42 pins. She's down 34 all of a sudden here against Kelly Kulik. So this one has gotten quite interesting. At this point, Amanda Green really needs to keep the string going here to have a chance to win the match. Front 4 for Amanda Green comes up light, 2-4-8. Rodriguez leading by 31. 5th frame of our final game. And she gets the strike to go. You're watching live coverage of the USBC Queens, presented by Storm Bowling Products. Live at the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. I'm Lucas Wiseman. Thanks for joining us. We're going to have Chris Barnes, Dave Lamont coming up next round to do the commentary for you for that match for the top seed. Missy Parkin's got to try to find something here. Just made the ball change, and so far not paying off. So 5 frames to go. Missy Parkin still down. 32 pins. This one's still pretty interesting between Green and Kulik as Kelly's ball reaction has gotten worse and worse throughout the match. And it's a 37 pin lead for Kulik with half a game to go. A 7-10 split for Missy Parkin. That might seal her fate here. Here is Kelly Kulik in the 6th frame. Kelly gets away with one there. A little high, trips out the 4. Missy with the open in the 6th. Tanya Ramanpur has advanced to the TV finals. And she defeats Jen Higgins. So Tanya Ramanpur will bowl the winner of this match next round for the top seed on the TV show. Oh boy. Maria with a big split here. Let's go over to our other match. Amanda Green desperately needing some strikes here, crossing over, leaving the 6 pin. Amanda can't afford to not strike at this point. See if Maria can make the split. Now she's going to go for the 2. Probably smart to take the count there, although it was a somewhat makeable split. I think Maria will be content to be up 34 with 4 frames to go. Good shot by Maria Jose Rodriguez. She rebounds after the split in the 7th. Let's go over to Amanda Green. Nice shot by Green. She's still down 38 pins though. 3.5 frames to go. Missy Parkin trailing by 33. 3.5 to go in this one as well. Over to Kelly Kulik. Double for Kelly, and she can just about put this thing away with another strike coming up in the 8th frame. If you haven't entered our giveaway yet, I'm giving away 3 Storm bowling balls later today. Go to bowl.com/win for your chance to take home a Storm bowling ball during our final round of live streaming this afternoon here at the Queens. We will be announcing the winners this afternoon. Here is Parkin desperately needing a double. Down 32, a chance to cut it to 22 with a strike here. Change balls again. Leaves this 10 pin on a high shot there that really had no chance to strike. There's Kulik. Chance to really put the match away. Leaves the 2 pin. Tanya Ramanpur 690 to 637 over Jen Higgins was the final score in that match. Rodriguez looking to put the nail in the coffin here with a double. And she does. Big shot. Double for Rodriguez. And that increases the lead to 43 pins with 2 frames to go. And Rodriguez working on a double, Parkin on a spare. Amanda Green down 37. We've got 2 frames to go. Amanda can cut it to 27 with a strike here in the 9th, but she's quite simply running out of frames. Strikes again. Keeps her in it, but she's going to need some help. Maria just barely picks up the spare. Rodriguez up by 42. Frame and a half to go. Looks like Kelly will go next. Kelly working on a spare here, so no opportunity to increase her lead, but she's just looking to close this thing out and escape with a win because Amanda Green is bowling much better this game. And a flat 10 for Kelly. Kelly covers up spare. As does Missy. And Kelly's going to need a mark in the 10th to shut out Amanda Green, it looks like. Missy's going to go first, so watch her bowl. Missy going to come up short here against Maria Rodriguez. So Maria Rodriguez will be on the show. And here is Kelly, needing a mark in the 10th frame to secure a win in this match. Oh my. 2 for 10 in the 10th for Kelly Kulik. It's not quite over yet. Open frame for Kelly Kulik in the 10th. 182 her final total, 627 for Kelly. And Amanda Green is going to need a double in the 10th frame to advance and knock out Kulik here. It would be a stunning comeback for Amanda Green, down 76 pins coming into Game 3, and now Amanda suddenly with an opportunity to steal the match. So here we go. Amanda Green needs a double in the 10th. And she goes through the face, leaves the 4, 6, 7, 9, and that's that. She almost got over the hump, but falls just short. And Kelly Kulik will survive and advance. Maria Jose Rodriguez is on the show. And she will bowl Tanya Ramenper coming up next, right here on Bowl TV for the top seed on the show. And then our elimination finale match will follow that, and that will be a barn burner. Kelly Kulik, Liz Johnson, Missy Parkin, and Jen Higgins bowling a 3-game match on the same pair of lanes. Low score is out. That'll be coming up after our top seed match. Final score was Kelly Kulik 627, Amanda Green 597. as Maria has one more shot to throw here. And Rodriguez takes the win, 621 to 579 against Missy Parkin. So again, let's recap what's coming up next for you here on Bowl TV. Our next match is going to be the match for the top seed on the TV show, and that's going to be Tanya Ramanpur of Indonesia against Maria Jose Rodriguez of Colombia. Bowling for the top seed on the show. Both players guaranteed a spot in the TV finals. First and second seed up for grab, though, in that match. And then after that match concludes, we'll have our elimination finale, and that will feature Kelly Kulick, Liz Johnson, Jen Higgins, and Missy Parkin, and they will bowl a 3-game match on the same pair of lanes. Top 3 scores advance to the TV show. The lowest score eliminated from the tournament. So we will leave the stream up and running, and we will let you know when we will get started here in just a little bit with our next match here at the USBC Queens, presented by Storm Bowling Products. Not sure. It's supposed to start at 10:30, but there was a...
gentlemen, our next match will feature our two remaining undefeated bowlers in the Queens bracket. I'm going to ask that those two players report to the assigned lanes. 2-minute warning. For the two remaining Queens bowlers in the winner's bracket, they will be bowling off the top seed for tomorrow's telecast. Maria Jose Rodriguez and Tanya Rubenper will bowl off from the top seed for tomorrow's show at the 10:30 match. 2-minute warning for those two ladies. To our two undefeated players in the Queens bracket, please report to your assigned lanes. Senior Queens, 7-minute warning for you to report to your assigned pairs. Ladies on 43 and 44, your lanes are on for your 10-minute warm-up session. Senior Queens participants, please report to your assigned lanes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our final round of matches for the Senior Queens. We have 4 remaining contenders. Our top 2 undefeated bowlers are bowling for the top seed for tomorrow's live stream. Tish Johnson, Paul Madad bowling off for number 1 seed. And we still have 4 remaining contenders, 2 of which, the 2 winners will be seeded 3rd and 4th for tomorrow's live stream. Senior Queens ladies, your names are all available for your 10 minutes of warm-up. Queens bowlers 3 minutes remaining in your warm-up session. All right, 43-44, your practice session has ended. Names are coming up. Higher seed gets lane choice. Ladies, once our arrows are set on 43 and 44, you may begin. Ladies and gentlemen, have a huge round of applause. These 2 ladies are bowling for the top seed for tomorrow's ESPN telecast. Let's hear it from Maria Jose Rodriguez and Tanya Rummelker.
I would hope for Chris. Come on. Easy. Walk this way. Walk that way. Thank you. Good night, everybody. And we welcome you back, Bowl TV, 2014 USBC Queens. But Lucas, you have to introduce us, otherwise your loyal audience will freak out. And he's no. Okay. Well, we welcome you back, and we're about to show you the number one match here with Maria Jose Rodriguez and Tanya Ramapour, and the winner of this match will be the top seed for our show tomorrow night. I'm Dave Lamont. Chris Barnes has joined me. This is our annual visit to Bowl TV, and we're delighted to be here in Reno again at the National Bowling Stadium. Lucas is okay. We've done nothing to him. And already Maria has opened up with a strike. And Tanya Ramapour, who had a tremendous look a few lanes off to her left, leaves one behind here, Chris. What has impressed you the most about these two players so far?
Well, they've both come through, and especially Tanya has done a great job of controlling the lane. More end-over-end roll than most of the other competitors. So on these fresh pairs here early on in match play, she seems to have better control of the pocket than most. Maria, on the other hand, has probably one of the strongest releases of anyone in the field. And that's saying something in this field where you have Kelly Kulick, you have Shannon O'Keefe, you have Diana, and she's able to get further left and create more angle than anyone else. The conditions here are a standard sport pattern, so they're fairly difficult here, especially at the beginning. So if Maria can get through game 1, she'll have more area than probably anyone else in game 2 and 3. But game 1 is very tricky, and Tanya hasn't let anyone breathe too much early on.
Well, she has been magnificent this morning and yesterday just to get to her. Both these bowlers undefeated. Now, what's really going to be fun, if you stick with us, or if you have to step away and come back around 12 o'clock Pacific time, 3 o'clock Eastern, will be how the rest of the show is going to be built. We know these two are going to be on it. They're bowling for number 1 and number 2. The foursome that's left behind is remarkable. Liz Johnson, Kelly Kulick, Missy Parkin, and Jennifer Higgins, all of whom either have won the Queens, or in the case of Jen Higgins, was on the show last year as the number 4 seed and won the opening match before she was defeated. So that is as good as it gets for a Final Four to take 3 spots. So one of those 4 great bowlers will not be on our show tomorrow.
This final match is a pretty good representation of how strong the international contingent was this year. Several players from Indonesia and Singapore, Maria being from Colombia, now living in Texas. Just a bevy of international talent, and really they really upped the bar for everyone across the board this week with what they brought to the table.
Well, we've had the pleasure of watching both these ladies in college. Maria with Maryland Eastern Shore, she leaves some trouble there with a 1-3-10. 1-2-10, pardon me. And Tanya at Wichita State. Tanya, 2 straight years making the Intercollegiate Singles Championship. This year, she averaged 247.5 on the TV show and didn't win because of Diana Zavjalova and the 290 she ran up against. It was incredible bowling by Tanya, and so 2 times. So she won't, I don't think she'll be intimidated by the environment that we'll have set up for tomorrow's show.
No, I think she will be a little accustomed to the environment, but it's still the Queens. And the collegiate titles are big, and they're certainly huge, but it's a different thing when you're bowling for a major title compared to any other title.
And good recovery that time by Maria. And that's another big thing. You don't get this far and don't get through a talented tournament like this undefeated without showing the ability to recover from your mistakes, and Maria has done just that. Tanya just simply hasn't made very many.
No, and the bad news for her is that the carry doesn't seem to be quite as good right off the bat as it was in her previous match, so she'll have to make a few small adjustments to get the 10s out.
The adjustment has been made. That's the kind of striking that we've seen from Tanya. We saw earlier this morning when she beat Jen Higgins.
Yeah, like you said, as strong as that 4-person match is coming up there, I mean, the 2 people you're meeting in that match are going to be Liz Johnson and Kelly Kulick. Winning the semifinal match to get here was huge.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to be in the middle of that foursome
No.
with the group that's waiting for you.
And it's going to be an interesting mixture of two players who will be making their Queens debut at the top. And underneath them, this tsunami of talent waiting to overtake them with experience. And it's can't wait till tomorrow night. It'll be 7 o'clock Eastern on ESPN2, and we'll be live. And Kim will be joined by CDB. Carolyn Doran-Ballard will be with us. So lots of knowledge will be dropped. Not by me, but that's what Chris and Carolyn are there for. Carolyn did well in the tournament, not to her standards. Already eliminated today, Amanda Green was defeated by Kelly Kulik, and Shannon O'Keefe and Liz Johnson engaged in a real sword fight, and Liz won it late.
Yes, both matches, the O'Keefe actually had a chance going in the 9th and 10th frame, would have had to strike out to shut her out, and when it was unable, and Kulik actually had a pretty big lead and seemed to be coasting, and in that 10th frame with the split, gave Amanda Green an opportunity to come from, well, basically nowhere. She was dead with the game to go at 75 back, and very nearly pulled that one off.
That's a great tournament for her, though. I think it's one of the best showing I can remember for her for this event.
Yeah, and she's a very good player. She's had extensive collegiate experience, junior Team USA experience, a well-rounded player.
I've been asked by the management of Bowl TV, in other words, Lucas, to say, do not miss your chance to win a Storm bowling ball as part of our Bowl TV broadcast today. All you got to do is go to bowl.com/win to enter. Bowl.com/win to enter, and we will announce the winners in the next round.
It's almost like he's ridden Toppy before.
Couple times. Usually I read it without a mistake, but, I haven't been working this much over the summer. Well, you and I were talking this morning about how leads, seemingly safe, secure leads that most of us would go, 70 pins, there's no chance. And they go in the blink of an eye. Ooh, that's a bad miss there for Maria, way to the right.
Yeah, there's enough transition that happens that it can get, it doesn't take a lot to get a little tricky sometimes. You start to lose your carry, and then you make too big a move and turn it into a big four, and we've seen several players this year to kind of get it together all of a sudden. The track hook's pretty good here. The surface here is about 8 years old, and it has a lot of play, so there's a lot of friction between the 8th board and the 12th, 13th board. So
from time to time, we take a peek over at your comments and on the YouTube side. We appreciate that, and I guess this is a good chance to fire some questions to Chris if you'd like to. We're going to be checking out and putting Lucas back in the big seat here after we start interviewing our players, getting ready for tomorrow's show.
Yeah, as expected, Tanya has a chance to take a little early control in this match, but she hasn't been able to strike on both lanes yet, and so one open and a little struggle with Maria. And I would think she needs to get a lead here early. I would think Maria will come strong in the second half of this match.
It's the stepladder classic, what I call the classic final tomorrow night. 4 versus 5, winner plays 3, winner plays 2, winner plays for the championship against the top seed, and the winner of this match will be that top seed. So she will have just one game to bowl for the $20,000 first prize. And that looks eerily similar to the miss that Maria had.
Yeah.
Except she left the 10 pin there.
There could be something a little funny about 43. Where they feel like they got a little hang there or a little early hook, and so they start forcing it away from the pocket more than they want to. So something to keep an eye on, or whether it's just a coincidental. They both made bad shots in the same lane.
Now, here are a couple questions for you, Chris. What equipment are these women using?
I can't tell exactly what Maria's throwing.
Beautiful conversion that time by Tanya. Fabulous shot.
Tanya is with Storm, and so I believe that's a disturb she was throwing. She was throwing a Marvel S earlier. And I believe Maria is throwing also a Storm ball, but I cannot get close enough from here to see it.
We'll find out. Well, we'll know by tomorrow for sure, because we'll be talking to her a little bit later on. What she just threw there was a strike, most importantly of all, after her first one since the third frame. Matt Mayhew would like to know, Chris, what is the pitch you use on your balls?
My thumb pitch is a 16th forward and 0 left and right, and then I go a quarter away in the fingers with a quarter left and a half right with my finger pitches. So, been the same for about 20 years now.
Really?
Yeah. I think you'll notice most of the top players really tinker very, very little with grip. That's not a magic bullet. It's not a magic save. If you can bowl a large number of games without tearing your hand up, then you probably have the right fit.
Not what you like.
It's moving an eighth is not going to make your ball roll magically better.
So of all the other little subtle changes or sometimes major changes you might make to a ball, or bringing out a brand new ball for a certain event or a certain pattern, that's something that almost never changes.
I lengthened my grip about 1/8 of an inch maybe 12 years ago. And that's been the only change since I was in college.
At Wichita State, where Tanya Ramanpour bowled. So it's all connected. The 6 degrees of Chris Barnes. Oh, this is an excellent question here from Brady, who wants to know, Chris, what's the one thing you work on every time you practice?
I call it my base, but it's basically my fundamentals. If my base game and footwork and body position is in good shape, then that's what allows me to be versatile and do all the other things.
Ooh, Brooklyn there. This has turned, go ahead, I was going to say, this is turning into a spare shooting match right now.
Well, that's just a classic overreaction to, she missed her target right last time as they had been going away, and she I can't speak for it directly, but it looked like an over try, where you block off that right side of the course, and then she just led with her shoulder and got it inside.
Just to warn you, we may not be able to get to all of your questions as the YouTube feed moves up and the comments feed moves up as we watch the match. So don't be mad if we don't get your question in. We want to try to do this match justice as well as give you the chance to talk to Chris Barnes.
I stand corrected, actually. Maria, and I should have known this. She is part of the EBI group, and she's throwing a smackdown right now, a Columbia 300 ball. So. Talking to Nathan Bohr a little bit, he says she may go to a source soon, because I think that ball is probably hooking a little bit too much too early and making her open her angles up more than she needs to. This pair does not look super easy at the moment.
Yeah, if we had the ability to pull our camera back, if you take a look at that shot of Tanya, Nathan is 15, 20 feet away, sitting in the circle here, the semicircle seating area behind the lanes. Of course, her coach at Wichita State, and as Bud Collins would say, great and good friend of Maria Rodriguez. Beautiful ball there, though.
Like, it looks like a little nerves maybe from both players as it kind of sinks in what you're really bowling for now. Up until now, you're still just trying to make the show. You haven't really gotten.
But you made it, though.
Now you're on it, but now you're going for the lead. Now it becomes real.
Yeah. So I would think the opposite. I would think, okay, I've made it. I'm going to, I've got a decent check coming. I don't know how much that factors into their thoughts of these athletes or not. But
yeah, I think you go from trying to make this, it's just trying to make that first show, trying to make that show to now I can lead. And it's a much different
And it's also,
mindset.
we'll see how they handle it. We'll see how they're sleeping on the lead. Going to bed tonight. It's a 4 p.m. Live show tomorrow. That means they'll be here about 2 o'clock. We're talking West Coast time, of course. And there's lots that goes with it. There's practice sessions and meetings and makeup and all sorts of things that go on before one of our shows. And we'll
lots
see how
of
they
distractions you don't normally see in an everyday environment.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
And there's a much different, these two players here will both be considered underdogs throughout the tournament, but tomorrow one of them will be the leader and will not be the underdog anymore. And that becomes, how you wire that, do you become defensive about defending your lead? Or can you spin it in a way to where you believe you're still kind of the underdog and allow yourself some room for opportunity versus a no-win almost, where you're supposed to win, but now anything else is bad versus
And the other
everything's
thing,
good.
and I don't know how these two are going to think about this, and I can't speak for them, but right behind you, and nice conversion there, right behind you, you've got all this talent and experience that's going to come out of the next matches that will be on, which will feature, again, if you're just signing on, Liz Johnson, Kelly Kulik, Queens champion, Liz Johnson, Queens champion, Jennifer Higgins, who was on the show last year, and Missy Parkin, a Queens champion. We had U.S. Open champions in that group.
That's an excellent point, Dave. No matter who ends up at the second seed, they will be facing someone with an immense amount of experience and talent that already has some games under their belt as you're bowling on your first national TV show. Good shot there.
The right lane has been friendly, by and large, and Tanya coming through with, I think that is the first double for either player in this match, and obviously couldn't be any better time than that.
Yeah, they both seem to like that lane a little better overall. Maria throwing the last 2 strikes on the right lane after settling in a little bit, but this left lane has been a little bit more of a struggle as well. So
this will not be our TV pair, by the way. We're going to move left. I think it's 23 and 24.
23 and 24, which is actually one left to where it used to be. It used to be 25 and 6 under the big screen all the time, and they've moved it one left. Ironically, I think the only time it wasn't one of those 2 pairs was a Masters I bowled on 9 and 10. So,
well, believe it or not, I've been told that makes it easier for our lighting people. It's one of the reasons that it's been done. It's been done for television, essentially. That and what you all don't get to see is the massive amount of work it takes to put together a 2-hour television show, and they have not yet had a chance to begin because there's bowling going on. So when this finally shuts down today, middle of the day, we've got quite a lot of work to do in setting up for a TV show. Also, further to our left, and unfortunately out of range where we can see the scoreboard, is the Senior Queens. Great matches going on at the Senior Queens, and we'll try to get that information to you as soon as we can.
Tanya throwing a marvel S. We're just a little bit further away here, so I apologize on the missed balls, but it's.
Well, it's nice to see some players here. Diana Zavjalova, the defending champion, is in the crowd. Brittany Hamilton's right in front of us. She was a top qualifier early and got into a duel with Liz Johnson in a loser's bracket match and shot brilliantly in the 740s, I think, and it wasn't enough. Liz threw up a 750-plus set to defeat Brittany. Clara Guerrero is here rooting on her friend Maria. I know, expect Linda will be dropping by soon to watch her friends in action. So always a good representation of the ladies to stick around even after they've been eliminated and to root their friends on. Solid, stiff 4-pin that time.
A great finish there for 220 and that does put a lot of pressure on Maria early on to kind of get it figured out and a little sooner. But until there's a little bit of carry down in the lane, she doesn't have much hold, and once you get it outside of 8 here at the stadium, it almost never hooks back. So,
well, here's an interesting point. A couple folks are discussing
They're asking both of us if we're in favor of or against for the Masters Queen stepladder, the #1 qualifier having to be defeated twice.
Well, as someone who's led the Masters 3 times and don't have a title yet.
Experience that I've never run into.
Yeah. Ideally in a double elimination format, you should have to be beaten twice to lose. But all of us know going in that that's a huge swing there, that 10th frame with Tanya throwing 3 strikes at 9 in the 9th and 10th, and a Greek church. It went from basically an even match to now we have a 58-pin deficit.
My answer would be practicality for television.
Right. We all know going in that television is our main medium and our way to provide these prize funds, and so without it, they would be less. And so, you know that, ideally you would bowl the whole tournament, and it would be 3-game matches all the way through until you had your winners. But that's not the way. That's not the way it works.
Yeah, if you want to see the shows on television, that's how it's going to have to be. And I grew up watching the shows in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s with Chris and Bo, and even Billy Whaley before that, and that's how old I am. And I always loved that format of you're at the top of the hill and it can all go away in one game, but I still favor the old way of doing it. And again, I think the biggest single reason that we don't do it this way is television time.
Right. If you tape it, that's a possibility. But if that's being live tomorrow, there's no opportunity really. It provides too many variables for the time slot.
And that adjustment has been made in the collegiate show.
Oh,
wow, that is unfriendly.
No.
Bad break there from Maria. In the college show, the team finals were best 3 of 5. First to 3 points instead of 2 out of 3. It was decided that for the sake of the competition to do it that way. But those shows are taped, so we can let the editors take out what.
And it made it much tougher for you and Carolyn because you have to call a match as live, and then you may or may not be using that one.
Right. Yeah,
or the one after.
The trickiest part is referring things that have already happened, and you realize that's never going to make the show, and so you have to be careful with that. We didn't really run into that issue this year. I'm sure there'll be a year that we will. But I have no problem with it as a spectator and as a fan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the more we can accommodate formats that don't compromise the competition, but the primary responsibility is to have a TV show that attracts both viewers and sponsors. So occasionally some sacrifice have to be made with the competition end for TV. That's what made it originally the boom that it was in the 60s, because you could put 2 static cameras and you could film the whole competition in an era where cameras didn't do the things they do now, where football was very difficult to do at the time, and basketball just didn't have the technology, made it much more difficult.
This is the second game of the match play. Just to remind you what's going on here, the winner of this Maria Rodriguez-Tanya Ramanpur match will be the #1 seed for tomorrow night's show on ESPN2. And, that is just a ripoff right there.
And, Maria got a bad break there. Tanya got one on the other side.
Stone.
And just a little high. I mean, technically it's not a bad break, but more times than not, we strike on that shot.
I would think you should, that's Chris Barnes. I'm Dave Lamont, and we thank Lucas Wiseman for stepping aside to give us a chance to call this match for you. Easy conversion there. And the winner, this will be the #1 seed, still to come. And if you are able to stay with us, I know some of you might be sneaking around the office watching this or have chores and you can't stick around. But if you've got some free time, the next group, the foursome that's coming up, Missy Parkin, Kelly Kulik, Liz Johnson, and Jennifer Higgins, 3 of them will be on our TV show tomorrow night. One of them will be watching if they so desire, because that's what's going to happen. And of the top series will finish 3rd and so on. But if you're the bottom of that foursome, you're out.
Yeah, the 4 for 3 is probably one of my favorite adjustments in this format over the last couple of years. Because for years in the women's format, basically if you lost at any point, you could only qualify 5th.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember those days.
And it just made the losers bracket really It was just really brutal and honestly a little bit unfair. That I agree that the top 2 seeds, once you get to the winners final, that you should probably be first or second.
Yeah.
And this is probably the best compromise because in the Masters format, you could actually lose 3 times. You could lose your 3rd time on the show, or lose twice and still be on the show, because of the way they did some seedings, which determined an overall finish position, and then you bowled the show based on those finishes. But this actually keeps the true double elimination format intact and allows players that may have lost early to still get as high as 3rd.
It provides some great excitement too.
And 4-for-3 matches have been really, really good the last few years.
And
So.
yeah, think of the quality of the bowlers that have been in it the last couple of years too. There's a beautiful shot. Maria's got a little opening here. Tanya with an open in the 3rd. And that gave Maria an opportunity here to maybe cut into that large deficit. What was it, 58?
58.
58 at the end of the first game.
It's one of the things players like most about this double elimination format. A lot of things have to go right to win 4, 5, 6 matches in a row. And some of those are not always in your control. But it is really difficult to beat the best players twice. And so we get down to these final 4 here, and you got a lot. Man, it's always murderer's row when you get in the losers bracket here.
Somebody said
There's
if Missy
some really
done-
good shots there. Maria's starting to get it put together.
Did I misspeak? Did I include Missy in that foursome? It's Jen. I did. Kelly, Liz, Missy Parkin. I may have misspoken. Somebody asked if Missy was eliminated, and if I misspoke, I apologize.
No, she was in the winner. So she was not eliminated, but
no,
she is
but
in
she's in that group of 4. The bowling group of death, to borrow the soccer term, that was applied to the group that the United States came out of. You have greetings from Greece, by the way. A silver USBC certified coach who would like to ask what you recommend to practice a good arm swing.
Only if you want to be a good bowler.
What would be the technique?
Well, my belief kind of follows Mark Baker's belief, and then that is that if you have good footwork, straight footwork, that your swing will follow that footwork.
Is there any sport that doesn't require good footwork? I don't think there is.
Well,
I
I mean,
don't.
the way Bob had a career, but other than that, I believe that.
Nice. Obscure Dallas Mavericks reference, everybody.
If you're 7'4", though, you do get a buy on a few things. So.
And a few people went by him
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. But no, I mean, basically in sports, it's the one part that touches the ground, and so it's the easiest
Yeah.
thing to control. You'll notice that of the players who are the most accurate, and
Big kick there. Good break for
include
Tanya.
Parker, and you would include, and even though there's some things about Walter's game that are unique, his footwork is very good. His balance is very good, and so if your footwork is good, then you have to do less motion with your upper body to get the ball back on line. If you're not moving your upper body, then you can have a straight arm swing.
There you go. Normally you'd pay a lot of money for that advice there, so.
I sure wish.
Normally you'd have to buy him a hot dog for that advice. And now these ladies appear to be in the groove.
So Maria's got her ball to pick up now, or that spot where she could miss the head pin right. Now it picks up before it gets there. The advantage of using a little more surface. Nathan had talked about possibly going down to a source, which is a cleaner ball, and we get longer. But this one allows her to throw it right a little quicker without as much danger of going through and missing the head pin to the right.
There's another stiff 9.
It stopped a little bit,
Yeah.
and that was one of the advantages also of that duller ball, an earlier rolling ball, but not enough stoppage there. So, trying to have a chance to step back up here and add a couple of strikes and claim back most of her lead that she got there in the last 3 frames of game 1. A classic battle of styles. You have one more end over end and one that really creates a lot of axis rotation and a lot of back end angle. Battle of countries between Colombia and Indonesia. Battle of ball companies between Storm and the Ebonite International Group.
Colleges, Maryland Eastern Shore,
Maryland
Wichita
Eastern
State.
Shore, Wichita State.
Two outstanding programs. I'd like to report that Lucas Wiseman is an official bandwagon jumper. He has just changed his profile photo from the U.S. soccer team back to himself. That didn't even take 24 hours. So, just like to report that.
We're moving from overachieving to underachieving. Got it. All right. Since he doesn't have a mic, it's easy to take a cheap shot right now.
Oh my God, I know. Yeah, but here's the thing:
As
we're going to
social
walk
media
away.
guru, I will get.
Yeah,
I will get.
We're going to walk away here after this, and he's going to take back the mic, and could get nasty.
Oh, I have no doubts that I will firmly feel the stab of a pen in my back at some point. So, as he's holding the pen.
Tanya here facing an important but tricky spare.
2-8, double wood.
No trouble.
And as with all double wood, I believe you should hook at that. And so, which she does. .35 pin to that original 58 has now been cut into, and so what looked like could get away from and out of control has turned into a 23-pin game, 23-pin match. Both players on spares, so nothing yet been decided here.
No, there's nobody running away from this. I was confident to say this will come down to that third game. Is it about noon Pacific, you think? Lucas nodding that it'll be about noon Pacific, so 3 Eastern, and so on down the line. Is Tanya again missing, and this time leaving it 2-7 for that big 4 matchup where 3 will come out.
Well, what exciting events have you covered here as of late?
The last few things I've been doing, besides sending my son off to college, is Tanya opens and does not cover the 2-7. Is Major League Lacrosse. And down in Boca Raton, there's a team called the Florida Launch, and that's been a lot of fun actually. Outdoor game.
At what level?
Oh, the tops.
Okay.
The absolute
So
tops.
it's
probably
professional level then.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah. These are outstanding players.
Collegiate level, it's really grown
Well,
massively.
so
in
these are the guys who are all college stars. It's a unique league in that, you know how we know the NFL draft, there's always how many months before the NBA draft, how many guys get drafted and they join their teams in the middle of the season.
Wow.
In other words, they leave their colleges, and as soon as their college season is over, within a week, they've joined the team. Just the Florida team, for example, picked up their top draft choice in the second week of the season because his college was knocked out of the tournament. And these players are good, and they make an immediate impact. So it's been a lot of fun. They have a YouTube channel, and also, actually, Dave Ryan, who other folks know calls the Summer Swing on CBS Sports Network, calls some games. I call on YouTube and ESPN3. So yeah, that's been fun.
Sounds like fun.
It is fun. It's really enjoyable. It's a high level of the game, and that always makes it exciting.
Maria there had a chance actually to, if she were to double, would have evened the match. So as it is, still down 11 now, but
That door's open, big time.
yeah, we've really and Big Mo has shifted.
And not
Couple
enough.
flat tens in
yeah.
a row, and that just tells you the advantages of starting with a ball that has a lot of surface is it helps control the lane a little bit, helps control the pocket. The other part that's helpful, although not necessarily good news, is that when you start to leave flat tens, it's telling you that it's too early, and the next ball to go to will be one down with a little bit less surface on it. So if indeed her next one in rotation is what Nathan was talking about as the source, it's probably time. A little more polish, a little cleaner to that spot, and enough dough balls between Tanya and Maria that it should pick up plenty and come around the corner.
A dough ball? Like,
Dull.
oh,
D-U-L-L.
I was
sorry.
just thinking a dough ball
Yeah.
must either be like a Homer Simpson dough ball or some kind of soft shot that feels like dough, like you're about to make pizza. So, I understand. My hearing is not what it used to be.
Well,
Too many concerts. That's a pretty
that's
shot
a
there,
ball
boy.
change as well.
Yeah, that
So,
was beautifully done.
feeling a little the same thing, maybe a little early friction in the lane, and when it forced her away, then she went light and then high, so that's another good tell that your break point's too early. So changed her ball with less surface. I will try and get somebody down there closer to tell me what that is.
It so happens there's a couple people down there who probably help you.
Yeah, we got Dell and
You and
Jim.
Dell speak without words. I remember the first time I saw you guys speaking to each other without saying anything, with hand gestures.
when
none
he
of
was
which
in the
were-
booth.
Yeah. That was impressive because it made complete sense to the two of you. And I
And
was
virtually no one else.
completely in the dark there. Yeah, it was something to do with...
I-
No, there was no words. And
Uh-oh.
look out, 7:10, or do we get a break on the messenger? We don't.
No. And that's
Boy.
too long. So that's
Yeah.
always the trick.
There's the swing that we were wondering about for going into the third game.
Wow. I tell you, after game one and the finish of game one, you would have never guessed that Tanya wouldn't. Not only not, she has one double this game. She'd have 3 opens, and that Maria would, by the 8th frame, not only have the lead, but really look like she's in position to take command of the match. But if she keeps throwing this and doesn't make a little adjustment, so we'll find out a little bit about what her tools are. Can she get slower and get around it? And that's exactly what she did. She did get slower and go around it. And that's an underutilized tool, I think, here with the women, is because the ball speeds generally are not as high. They don't work real hard on getting slower and getting to a fresher part of the lane, so the ball has more energy at the back end. So that's more time to hook.
So that
Kind of
adjustment.
what sets apart those players,
17.
the
She-
Kim Terrells and
Right.
Currys and
The-
Holzenbergs and Kuliks, is they have a little more touch and a little more. They have ways to get through these little
more
flat spots.
I think more tools is a good way to put it. They have the ability to change speeds, and like a good quarterback can throw it 30 yards on a line when he has to, or he can float it when he has to.
Right. And it just looks like she's moved in a couple extra boards, and it changed her angle through the pins, and
Yeah, she can be up by as many as 10. She'll go out here 217 if she can punch out, and the best Tanya can do is 179. So a gigantic swing, because Tanya 227 to 169 in the first game.
247 to 179. Yeah. Is that what you said?
227.
40s.
Oh, because it says 227 on the board.
Oh, Tanya shot 227. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Maria could shoot 247. I'm sorry. My mistake.
Oh,
But
and
she
I
did
said
not.
217. You're right. No, that was my mistake. Yeah.
So here we go. In
So
any
we're
event,
both basically full of it at this point.
on a general.
234 for Maria is out.
So 233 is probably with the 2 pins here.
Yeah.
Tanya on a 169 pace. That will actually, Maria would have, Tanya can strike out here and take a 3-pin lead.
Oof.
So
With 1 game to go for the top seed.
we have not determined much so far.
You want me to throw out the "it's a whole new ball game" cliche when they start? I can do that for you.
You have a couple in the
I hate to use them. I don't want. I might want to save them for
Repertoire.
tomorrow night. Yeah. I don't.
No, I do think we were talking about the tools, and that's some of what this international group really brings. They start like Singapore has started a younger program where they develop them from a much younger age, and so they are more versatile. They have more tools even before they get to colleges, and now they're coming over and they're going to Wichita State, they're going to Maryland Eastern Shore, and they're getting around other good players and learning more from coaches and other players at the same time. And so we think of Shannon O'Keefe as a younger player on our tour, and she is, but she was a softball player. She was a great athlete.
Yeah,
and
tremendous athlete. Yeah.
And then as her softball career wound down, then she turned her attention and focus to bowling, and so now she's become the same thing. She has all those tools as part of the thing that's made her such a competitive and dynamic player now.
Wow. And a good looking ball there too for Tanya.
That's as deep as I've seen her play as well. She kind of did the same thing. She moved up on the approach, she got a little softer with her ball speed, and now she's able to create some angles that she wasn't doing earlier, and goes back and takes a 3-pin lead. So from her standpoint, she's had a complete disaster of a game, tried about 4 different things, none of them worked until the very 10th frame, but she still has the lead. So both players should be feeling pretty good about where they're at overall. And
that's a good point. I wonder if Tanya does feel that way. She'll finish here maybe with a 179. She had 3 open frames in that game. Okay, to be 176.
Which makes it an even match.
1 pin.
1 pin?
According to my sources,
no,
it
you're
is
right.
1 pin.
402 to 403. Those yellow numbers on the scoreboard also say that. So.
Hey. So it is Tanya with 1 pin advantage, and it'll be Maria leading off on the left lane. And again, as part of your chance to win a Storm bowling ball today, you need to go to bowl.com/win to enter. And you got to do it, I'd say now, as the messenger is delivered, because we will announce the winners in the next round, which will be this fantastic foursome that's coming up. So bowl.com/win, and you'll have a chance to win a Storm ball.
Shout out to Mike Calderon, watching in Phoenix. Been a ball rep out here on tour, and sure is busy shaving his head somewhere today. So.
Okay. There's an image I'll get out of my head as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Much better than when he let it grow for 45 days and kind of made James Harden's look coiffed in comparison.
What adjustments, if you were to grab these two and give them 30 seconds of coaching advice, what adjustments would you tell them to make?
Well, I do think that Tanya did the right thing. She got a little slower to the left. The ball doesn't quite look strong enough. She might be able to even throw the ball she threw earlier with that softer speed and get it around the corner. It looks like it's a little bit long right now. So we'll see what happens here on this left lane. She hasn't thrown a shot on this left lane with this ball yet. Maria is very close to needing to go. She may have to shell down soon, but she's already in the right part of the lane and she's further left. It should keep getting easier for her from now on. She just needs to make good shots.
Only a 1 pin difference through 2 games.
All right.
So Ramanpur comes back with a strike on the left lane.
Very often these big matches like this get determined early in this last game. So coming out here with an early 3-bagger and putting pressure on, really flip it around.
Some of the other players starting to arrive for the next match coming up, a block of 4 bowlers. 3 of them will be on the TV show. Kelly Kulick, Missy Parkin, Liz Johnson, and Jennifer Higgins. Big,
That was a good shot there.
beautiful stroke and a double to start things off for Maria Rodriguez.
From a women's tour standpoint, you haven't heard a lot about either one of these two, but extensive experience and just well-rounded players, much out of the Team USA mold that we've seen in previous years with the Kulicks and Plahowski, O'Keefe, Stephanie Nation Johnson.
We wish her the absolute best of luck in the impending delivery.
Yes, we're at any day now.
Literally, we may
Yeah,
have the
we're-
announcement on the show tomorrow night.
Uh-oh.
Crossed over and leaves a 5-pin.
She
And
has-
good news that there's going to be some regional events available now for women
Yeah,
around
there's
the
some
hill.
things there.
Yeah, that's outstanding news.
So, more opportunities is better all the way around. I think there's some positive things happening. Some people getting together. We're trying to basically work together and and get competitive bowling at its highest level. Just continues to improve, and I think that's become a focus. And so I think you'll continue to see more and more positive things on the competitive bowling horizon.
Well, what's great about that is you've got so much young talent coming out of the colleges, men and women. They got to have a place to go.
Yeah.
And to hone their skills. In the case of the men, the regionals, I think would be a great way to polish up for the PBA. For the women, it's an opportunity to extend their careers, the ones that are good enough to make a few bucks off of it too. That never hurts. And to help to get ready for the major you do have. And USBC championships, which Linda did very well. There's a big shot for Tanya. Your wife, Linda, did brilliantly here at the USBC championships before the Queens began.
Yes, I think it's unofficially official. So she's won her first individual all events title and just super excited. She was so nervous. She was almost sick waiting for the last couple squads to bowl to see if she's won a lot of team titles. And she's always been a great team player and a key cog. They have the record in the doubles with Carolyn, but to win an individual title is something that she very quietly and secretly has always wanted to do, and it's really kind of a cherry on top of an already multiple Hall of Fame career.
Yeah, she's done well.
Big shot there, taking the lead back. Opportunity to go up by 11.
Oh, wide right.
Or down by 2.
Yeah.
And possibly more. So.
Well, you know what? I want to get one more question in, and then we're going to try to focus on the match. But this question is, Chris, what should amateur bowlers take away from how the ladies are playing these lanes?
You know what I would watch? Early on, they've played the house characteristic here, and that often happens on a sport pattern. And because there's so much play here between all the championships that are in this building, there's a lot of hook between 8 and 12. And so they both started with that as their break point.
Ooh, that's going to be costly.
What to follow is the moves that they've made as a transition has happened. How they've changed some speeds, how they changed their hand positions a little bit to create more axis rotation. And then anytime you watch the top women, the footwork is excellent, the balance is excellent. They're much more technically sound than even some of the best professionals.
Well, it's often said that way about golf too.
Because they're smaller in stature, to
Right.
hit the ball as far, to throw the ball as hard, to hook it as much as Maria hooks it. And gives it right back.
Yep.
Although that's really a much worse penalty for a much better shot. The same penalty for a better shot. They're just more technically sound, and so fundamentals are you can always make the best players and pattern your fundamentals after the women's games. If more men got in those positions, they would be much better players.
You want to name some names here, Wolverine? Going for it. Got it. Beautifully
wow.
done. Boy, that's a gigantic conversion by Maria Jose Rodriguez to stay clean through 4.
Once I retire,
Oh, I can't wait. Please, I want to be. I'll host it. I'll host it. Folks have been asking about the Senior Queens. The scoreboard literally, we would need binoculars to have a chance. I am sure we'll cook up something for you by the time that Lucas comes back on the air for the foursome coming up. And you can also follow along at bowl.com/Senior Queens after they finish. Now, they're going at it right now down there. So if you give us a little bit of time. And I'm told a live stream of the Senior Queens finals tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 Pacific. That's tomorrow. And this always comes up, just to remind everybody, because ESPN2 will be carrying the live Queens final tomorrow night, it will not be on Bowl TV. That's a common question we get. Can I watch it? No, you can't. Not on that. If you have a Watch ESPN app, I'm pretty sure you can follow on that. If you want to go mobile, if you're not able to be home, or always set your DVRs. But it'll be a live show tomorrow at 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern.
it's just a wealth of information there. Thank you.
In the meantime, another spare for Maria. So she didn't run away when the opportunity was presented.
No, still a 12-pin lead now. No, I'm sorry, an 11-pin lead now.
And remember, there was only 1 pin separating the two to begin with. The winner of this match is the top seed. I hate to say loser of the match is the second seed, but that is the case. And that's a smack perfect ball.
And I just got word from Jim Callahan
I've heard of him.
that Tanya is throwing a zero gravity now. So far, Maria is stuck with that smackdown. A personal favorite of mine.
You've done okay with it, have you?
It's
A little bit?
purple ball struck a little bit.
Just to remind everybody that you're watching the USBC Queens presented by Storm. Here at the National Bowling Stadium, right in the heart of downtown Reno, Nevada. Right through the face. Yeah, there's a lot of lumber left there.
Yeah, really where this all changed was in that second game when Maria started to strike a little bit. If Maria doesn't start to strike, Tanya can stay with that same ball she's been throwing through most of the matches, make little moves, stay in control of the pocket, maybe not strike as much as she'd like, but would probably have shot around 2-0, 2-1. Instead, she got forced into taking some chances, a few more splits, and now she's got a ball that does strike when she throws it good, but the bad shots are bigger penalties.
No, that's a pretty big one there. Tanya takes her medicine, chops 2 down, took out the 3-6 of that 3-4-6-7, and now
she's in big trouble now.
Yeah, Maria has an opportunity to really step on her with a good ball here.
The mark will go up at least 20. 25.
Very beautifully done. That's
You can see her ball starting to hook a little bit too. She's got to chase a little bit more left, and as long as she can keep her angles open to throwing it to that spot to the right that they broke down earlier, she'll be fine.
7th frame coming up.
Shot of the match right here, I think. She throws a strike here, she really takes a stranglehold. With Tanya struggling on one lane, it gets awfully hard to put together. And it's the lane she's got to finish on as well.
She walked away, but she backed up like she liked it. I watched her as much as I watched the ball, and you could tell right away that she was very fond of the way that shot came off her hand, and she had every reason to be.
Anytime you see a right-handed bowler walk backwards or left after they throw it, That means they were dead on balance,
Yeah.
and they really like it. The runouts to the right sometimes could be, sometimes there are fall-offs to the right that get construed as running out or begging for it to
Begging,
get back.
yeah, begging
lots of
might be
times.
the word, yeah.
So
So Tanya's got an answer quickly. She is out of time. No, she broke up the split, but
that leaves her basically with a max of 209 now, and with Maria already on a 2-teen pace if she were to stay clean. She would have to strike out and hope for Maria to lose count here on some shots or have an open to really have a chance.
still to come on Bowl TV. The final 3 spots of the USBC Queens show will be filled by either Missy Parkin, Kelly Kulik, Liz Johnson, or Jennifer Higgins. And Lucas Wiseman will take you through that. 3 of those 4 will make it, and 1 will be headed home. And we got a message from Stephanie, who says, texted Chris, yes, I hope to be watching the show from my hospital room tomorrow. Well, best wishes for a safe and healthy delivery, Stephanie, and we look forward to seeing you back out here. I think she's going to run a marathon after she gives birth, though, so she'll probably lose that weight, any weight she may have gained right like that.
I doubt she gained any. She's probably just 115 pounds still. And, just a small bump.
Oh, mixed it up. Beautifully done. But time running out for Tanya Ramapour to be the number 1 seed.
In a true Wichita sarcasm, Nathan wrote back, maybe not switching to that source so soon. So
Okay. So
this has turned out to be a better call.
yeah. Well,
Another strike here really puts her in just a fantastic position. There's a good shot too.
oh, a ringer
Wow.
on the 10 pin.
Wow, she threw that one really good too. That was one of her best.
If she can take heart in that, but she'll break a little bit more heart if she can cover this. Only a 1-pin difference between the 2. At the moment, Maria's up by 14, 15?
Maria's up by more than that now.
More than that? Okay.
Yeah, she's 164, 119. She's up 35, 34,
Oh.
34 right now. And
Converts the 10.
so she is on a 214 pace. The best Tanya can do is 209. So she basically needs 37 pins in the next 2 frames.
Lucas found something that amuses him. I don't. It's not obscene or anything. I just don't know if I should repeat the comment publicly. Yes, he says. All right. Well, he's producing the show. Let's give Tanya her due here as she fights to stay alive in a match that is getting away from her. We're down to the final 9th and 10th frames of this match, and Messenger is not going to make it.
Well, that's huge for Tanya because the count factor is still in play here.
Okay.
Had she struck there's virtually no way to lose. It's very difficult to lose 4 pins in count in the 10th, besides, basically missing the head pin in your very last shot. But that means, 7 square strike just to guarantee a tie.
Someone has wished you best of luck in PBA 50 next year. I don't know.
That's why Lucas enjoyed it.
Yeah.
That's typically what those Mike Lupica kind of writer guys, they get a kick out of other people's pain. So
That means they suffer pain themselves, and they clearly translate it.
right. I would enjoy it actually. I'd more opportunities to bowl, but I have a feeling the PBA 40-somethings is not the title they're looking for right now.
And yeah.
That ends
Yep. So it looks like Maria
this
Jose
match,
Rodriguez.
although not the tournament.
No, but Maria Jose Rodriguez will deal from the number 1 position. And Tanya Ramanpur, number 2. And still to come, hopefully we'll get you results of the Senior Queens. You can go to bull.com/Senior Queens and get those results when it is over. We do not have, a couple folks have asked, we don't have the video capability to show that, but the finals of Senior Queens will be on tomorrow morning at 1 o'clock Eastern. Lucas will have that. And Lucas will also be taking you through the foursome coming up with Missy Parkin, Kelly Kulick, Liz Johnson, all major champions. Jennifer Higgins, who was on the show last year. The top finisher will be the number 3 seed, second finisher number 4 seed, who will play the third finisher number 5 seed in the opening match tomorrow night, and then the fourth finisher, the lowest total, is out.
Late ball change again to a high road solid. She was trying to pull the rabbit out of the hat there, but difficult. She had to get further out of her usual ball rotation than she did in previous matches. So one unfortunate match, but still overall, I think when it started, she was the number 2 qualifier, I believe, and she's now the number 2 seed on the show. So
order is restored.
Well. In a manner of speaking, yes.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Brittany Hamilton is unfortunate. She dominated qualifying, led by almost 100 pins. But bowled her worst 3 games of the entire tournament, pretty much back to back against Maria for shot 558 to lose. Put her in a loser's bracket, and then she bowled Liz, and they just put it on them. I mean, the last 2, Brittany shot, I believe, it was 5.
Oh, it was
she went 267 to
266 or 68.
Yeah, so
something
she shot
crazy like that?
535 the last 2 and could not make up a 20-pin deficit.
I know, that's crazy. That's just crazy.
As Liz went 260 and 279 the last game, I believe it was. It was really a battle of two stars. Brittany Hamilton being the National Amateur Champion this year, Team USA Trials, and now
another
Lee
great
Queens,
college bowler too, by the way.
She had a great career. She's winning a lot of things right now, and does it in an understated way. She's not throwing it in anybody's face while she's doing it. But congratulations to Maria.
Well, her journey to this started in the brackets when she defeated Diana Zavialova, the defending champion. Sent her pack, and Diana will be on to present the tiara, as is the champion's duty from the previous year. And Tanya Ramanpur certainly had enough of Diana from that intercollegiate singles. My goodness. So Tanya gets the last laugh here, and we'll see. What is someone going to throw a 299 to beat her tomorrow? I mean, my gosh. Maybe she'll be the one to
feel a little
throw.
Cursed if you get another big game tomorrow at her.
Maybe she'll be the one to throw the 299 tomorrow night. So congratulations, Maria, the Columbia native, Maryland Eastern Shore alum, has made it to the top spot. Tanya Ramanpur over to congratulate her. And man, 614 to 582. Still to come. You want to make any predictions? You want to say who's not going to get out of the top?
Last year we were not correct. Last year in our, but based off of ball reaction I've seen so far, Missy has the biggest challenge.
Okay.
Now Missy finds a way a lot of times. So Kelly doesn't have fantastic ball reaction, and she shoots a lot of big games that kind of bails out okay sets.
Okay.
In this case with 4, 620 to 640, I think should be enough to make it through. And that's kind of where Kelly's been hanging out at. Solid, not spectacular by her standards, but very, very good.
Jen Higgins was undefeated until today.
I expect Liz to probably lead this group.
Okay, so you're going to say Liz will be third qualifier.
If I were to predict, I think Jen in general has had a little better ball reaction, and I think she probably has the best chance of being the 4th seed.
Okay.
With Kelly and Missy kind of battle out for the bottom seed, and as much I'd like to see my Columbia 300 teammate make it, I think she's going to have the biggest struggle. I think she has the toughest matchup with all of her axis rotation on a fresh pair. I think she has the toughest job ahead of her. But I would never count her out based off of
the experience.
We just watched her too many times in this tournament, itself in the U.S. Open, and she can grind about as well as anybody.
Yeah, she's a power player, and it's a fabulous matchup. We're going to get our interviews out of the way and try to sneak over to watch a couple of games or two. I want to thank everybody for all the questions, and again, on behalf of Chris and myself, apologize for not getting to all of them, including what Chris's favorite pie is. We didn't get to that. I am sorry. But another time, hopefully we'll get a chance to do this. So thanks to everybody at USBC. Thanks to all of you for watching, and to Lucas for giving us the chance. We're going to turn it back over to the USBC Queens presented by Storm in a few minutes with Lucas Wiseman. And coming up, you just can't miss it. I'm not going to say you don't want to miss it. You can't miss it. For the finest in the world competing for 3 spots for tomorrow night's show, 7 o'clock Eastern tomorrow, live on ESPN2.
Well done, sir.
Have at it, Lucas. Let's make some more noise.
It's not bowling.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is a 5-minute warning for our 4 remaining contenders. 5-minute warning to report to 47-8 for our contenders final match. On the Senior Queens side, our live stream finals are set for tomorrow, 10 a.m. on Bowl TV. Our finals are set on number 4 seed. There's a 2-time Senior Queens winner and defending champion. She's also a Hall of Famer. Number 4 seed, Lucy Sandelin. Number 3 seed is also a USBC Hall of Famer, Robin Romeo. Our 2nd seed for tomorrow's live streaming show is the 2011 Senior Queens champion, Paula Bedard. And going for her first Senior Queens title, USBC Hall of Famer, Tish Johnson is our top seed for tomorrow's web telecast. Congratulations to all those ladies, and we will see you tomorrow. Our top 2 seeds are set for tomorrow's live ESPN telecast of the Queen Show at 4 p.m. local time. Our top seed tomorrow is Maria Jose Rodriguez, and set in the number 2 spot is Tanya Ramaker. There's still 3 spots up for grabs that'll be determined during our next match. We have 4 contenders left. All 4 are going to bowl on lanes 47-8, a 3-game match. The highest score will be the 3rd seed, 2nd highest score will be 4th seed, 3rd highest score will be the 5th seed, and the low score will be eliminated from the bracket. Those 4 players are Kelly Kulik, Liz Johnson, Missy Parkin, and Jen Higgins. Ladies, 2-minute warning to report to 47-8.
Just because you're media, you think you're going to control that? What's with that? Well, yeah, they make the difference. But that's your resource. I was very pleasant for me, so. They get to choose based on seeding who goes first. Still 3 games, total pins. Yeah.
Are they all on the same pair?
They're all on the same pair, yes. This is the 2nd year of this format for the Masters and Queens.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to get this underway. These 4 ladies are going to roll them up, and when they are finished with practice,
4 out there for 3 spots. So.
the highest seeded player will choose their lane and position. That'll be Kelly Kulik. Next in line, the 9 seed is Liz Johnson, and picking 3rd will be Missy Parkin. So once the 15-minute practice session is over, we'll take a minute to type in the names of the correct positions, and we'll get that match underway. Ladies 47 and 8 are now on for 15 minutes of warm-up. 15 minutes. 5 minutes remain for 5 minutes.
Are you going to be in the booth, Chad? I guess I'll have to go.
Ladies, please hold up on your warm-up session. Please hold up.
All right, we're just about ready to begin our final match, the elimination finale here at the USBC Queens, presented by Storm. It's going to be a good one. We've got Jen Higgins, Missy Parkin, Liz Johnson, and Kelly Kulik all bowling a 3-game match on the same pair of lanes for 3 spots on the TV show. I'm Lucas Wiseman, and got a special guest in the booth for this round.
All right, ladies, we're going to release the airways here.
Jeff Carter joining us. He's trying to get the scoop on the bowling balls that they're throwing. And
Looking for the right to be.
Jeff, welcome in. I know you've been here all week watching the bowling, and obviously a rep for Storm, and a great bowler in your own right, and should have a great match here, I think, between these 4 players.
Yeah, I think so too, Lucas. You've got 3 ladies that have been playing a little bit farther left all week, and then as the week has gone on, Liz has just been moving farther and farther right. So be interesting to see who's going to be able to have the advantage.
And we'll start things off with Kelly Kulik.
The right way,
strikes.
yeah, Kelly's moved a little bit farther right with a weaker ball, a ball she hasn't used all week long. So interesting strategy choice for her to start.
And again, we're going to bowl a 3-game match. All 4 players will bowl 3 games on this same pair of lanes. The highest score will earn the number 3 seed for the TV show. The second highest score, the number 4 seed. Third highest score, the number 5 seed. And the lowest score is eliminated from the tournament and finishes in 6th place. We already know the top 2 seeds. Number 1 is Maria Jose Rodriguez. Number 2 is Tanya Ramanpur, and Missy Parkin with a bit of a bad start here to start this elimination finale.
Well, how well did Maria and Tanya bowl this week? It's just been amazing watching them just kind of go through match after match, how well they performed.
It's always hard to make it through this the Queen's bracket, and especially to make it through into that winner's bracket match, the final match, and so you definitely have earned it once you get to that point. But I tell you what, this is about as big of a elimination finale as you can get here with 4 big names, 3 major champions, and of course Jen Higgins, a former Team USA member who made the show last year at the Queens. So this is going to be a pretty interesting chess match to see how this plays out over the next hour and a half or so.
Yeah, Jen's been bowling really well over the last few years, so it's no surprise that she's made it this far.
And once again, this is going to be our match where we give away our Storm bowling balls. So don't miss your chance to win a Storm bowling ball during our broadcast here today. Go to bowl.com/win, bowl.com/win, and get entered. You've got about 40 minutes until the contest will close, and we'll be announcing the winners at the end of this match. Going to give away 3 Storm bowling balls. One bowling ball each to 3 different people, and it'll be your choice of any Storm bowling ball on the market. And Jeff, I know you're a Storm guy. Got a couple of new Storm balls. Just came out yesterday, actually.
Right. The release date for the High Road Solid and the new Optimus was yesterday. So nice to see all the social media blitz going on for the new ball releases. And we've even seen quite a few of the High Road Solids going down the lane this week.
So those bowling balls are now out, and you can find more information on them at stormbowling.com. And again, our thanks to Storm, the Bowlers Company, for their sponsorship of not only the USBC Queens, but also the Senior Queens as well. Here's Liz Johnson. She's a Storm staffer working on a strike.
Liz has gone back and forth between 3 balls for pretty much all of match play. She's using the weakest one of the 3 right now. She's using a wipeout. It's the one that allows her to play a little bit straighter. And kind of use her ball speed to her advantage.
All right, now Missy Parkin is in the bottom spot after starting with the open, but still very early. Again, we're bowling 3 games, so it's going to take a while for things to really settle in here and get an idea, because it's a long match. We even see it in the 3-game matches where it's just the 2 people on a pair. Things change, the lanes change, the matches can flip, and so it's going to be a while before things settle down here.
Yeah, it's amazing how just one shot can change the entire momentum of a match. We saw in the last match watching Amanda Green and Kelly bowl. Kelly had a commanding lead, and then all of a sudden Kelly's look started going away. Amanda started striking, and she put a lot of pressure on Kelly near the end.
Yeah, Kelly was on the verge of being eliminated from the tournament. Amanda needed a couple of strikes in the 10th frame and didn't get it. She was that close from overcoming a 74-pin deficit going into that last game. So anything can happen in these matches. But I've seen enough of these matches now since we started it a couple of years ago that usually at least one player kind of distances themselves from the rest of the field. So we'll see who that is. Right now it's nobody so far, but it's still early on.
And when the pattern is a little bit tougher, a little bit flatter, it's a matter of who can stay out of trouble and avoid mistakes like what Kelly just had by missing the 10-pin. If you could stay clean and keep yourself out of trouble, and almost wait for everybody else to make their mistakes, then that might give you a distinct advantage.
And Chris Barnes was saying in the previous match when he was on the live streaming that he said 620 to 640 might be enough to make it through this match. Just have to wait and see.
And especially here in this building, how different parts of the building play differently. It really depends on how this pair is going to play for each person as to what kind of success they could have. Watching certain ladies throughout the week, they'd bowl really, really well in certain areas of the building and struggle in other areas. So, I know, for instance, I've been with Liz for the last couple days. When she was up on the high end, she was striking at will. But her last match against Shannon, which was closer to the lower end, was a lot tougher for her. She just didn't seem to kind of have the same type of ball reaction that she had, and she hasn't bowled in this area since qualifying. So,
well, we're 3 frames in, and still pretty close. Everybody pretty much neck and neck here. You're watching our live coverage of the USBC Queens, presented by Storm. I'm Lucas Wiseman, along with Jeff Carter, who is here this week representing Storm Bowling Products. I guess you were kind of ball repping this week a little bit, right?
Yeah, we actually have a program that we had started a couple of years ago, and we call it the Storm Queens Tournament Prep Program, where we invite a bunch of ladies to join the program, and they kind of get the experience of having a ball rep for them when they normally wouldn't. So we had some daily huddles and some meetings, and we talked about strategy and some physical stuff, and I kind of made some passes through during the qualifying rounds to help anybody that needed help. And we actually had one of the girls in the prep group, Kim Power, make it out of qualifying into the round of 32 bracket, and she actually won her first match against Ashley Galante before she lost the next 2. But we had 3 of the ladies that were in the senior side make it into match play. So very, very happy with the performance of everybody in the group.
And a split for Missy Parkin. We saw Missy struggle in her last match. This morning, she lost to Maria Jose Rodriguez, and not a great start for Missy Park in a couple of splits.
And Missy was right here in this area too when she bowled Maria, I believe.
Yeah, one pair to left.
Yeah. Now Liz just changed balls. She went to a high road solid on that last one, so she's obviously seeing a little bit of oil develop down lane quickly, which is fairly common when you've got 3 players that are left of you, kind of help pushing some of that oil towards the back of the pattern. So that might help Liz later on in the round.
Just to recap for you here, what's going on? We know we got a lot of people just tuning in. We've got these 4 players, the last 4 players left in the bracket, bowling for 3 spots on the TV show. The highest score out of this group will earn the number 3 seed. The second highest score, the number 4 seed, and then third will get the number 5 seed. And the lowest score is eliminated from the tournament and will finish 6th. And Kelly Kulik double open double to start. And right now it's Missy Parkin who's in the unenviable position of being last after about 4 frames or so.
So far, Jen and Liz have both managed to stay clean, which has definitely helped them out to this point. But like you said, it's very early, and all you need to do is just start striking a little bit, and anything can happen.
Jen, of course, made the show last year and trying to make it again for the 2nd consecutive year.
Jen's actually made a couple of shows in this building. She made, when the PBA mixed doubles was here a few years ago, she made the TV show here with Steve Harmon. So she obviously likes this building.
And Maria Jose Rodriguez is going to be our number 1 seed for the show tomorrow night. And Kanya Ramanpur, number 2 seed. Had a lot of international bowlers in the field this week, and a lot of very talented international bowlers, so not much of a surprise to see a couple of them on the show.
Yeah, not only that, but the extremely talented collegiate contingent here this week. Me being a women's college bowling coach, I got to watch a lot of these ladies all year long, and it was kind of nice to come out here and see some of the girls from Robert Morris, Wichita, Weber, Midland. Several of the girls out here competing and competing well, so bodes well for the future of women's bowling, wherever that's going to fall.
Yeah, with no women's professional tour anymore, college bowling has kind of become the de facto, area of the sport where the young ladies go to grow and become better players. And we see that every year. It gets better and better. The field gets younger and it gets stronger every year here at the Queens.
A perfect example of that was Brittany Hamilton, who led through qualifying and bowled great in her matches, and it was last night where her and Liz had bowled each other, and Brittany bowled almost 750 to lose to Liz, and she was heartbroken, after the loss, but I told her, I said, I think you bowled better than anybody else this entire week, and you can definitely take that and move on to the future.
I tell you, the youngsters given, I hate to use the word veterans, the veterans like, Kulik and Johnson and Parkin, they're giving them a run for their money, and it gets tougher and tougher every year. That talent gap narrows every year, and the college bowlers just keep getting better and better and better. And every year we see that as a result. I mean, our top 2 seeds are former college bowlers. Mm-hmm. Maria went to Maryland Eastern Shore, and Tanya went to Wichita State.
Correct. Well, I think what's happening is a lot of the high school programs, the collegiate programs, Junior Gold, Teen Masters, which is going on right now. I think what you're seeing is you've got a lot of the youth bowlers around the country that are starting to almost demand harder lane conditions and more knowledge and things like that. So the next generation hopefully will help revive the sport, and it's really showing in events like this. And even the men's U.S. Open, when you had the Marshall Kents and the A.J. Johnsons and the Cameron Doyles and that contingent all coming along and making names for themselves at a young age, is because they're well prepared through college and all these other youth programs. So it's great to see.
Liz with a 3.6910. Right now, Missy Parkin in the last position, still about 16 pins back or so from Jennifer Higgins, but still very close and a long way to go here. Nobody really pulling away at this point, as the fresh has looked pretty tough this week for a lot of the players, and
it looks
pretty tough right now again.
And also keep in mind that this is the first time that they bowled with 4 ladies on a pair
Yeah.
since qualifying. So the lanes are definitely going to transition differently in this match than they have in any of their other matches.
A double for Missy, so she's right back there with the rest of the pack. Only
She's
a few
got
pins.
yeah, she's got 2 doubles working, so she's kind of worked herself right back into the mix.
And an open frame for Liz Johnson. If you're just tuning in, you're watching live coverage of our final round here on Bowl TV of the USBC Queens presented by Storm. Our thanks again to the folks at Storm Bowling Products. They added $20,000 to the prize fund this week for the Queens and $5,000 for the Senior Queens prize fund. And just another example of why Storm is the bowlers company. That's their slogan, and they live up to it all the time. And we certainly appreciate their sponsorship, and I know the ladies appreciate the sponsorship as well.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Christman have always been big fans of the sport, and they love to be involved in big events, making sure that everybody's taken care of. And Mrs. Christman, for one, just absolutely loves this event. So it's no surprise that we've got the Storm name on the Queen. So it's great to see.
And you can support the sponsor, Storm Bowling Products, by going to stormbowling.com. Check out what they've got to offer, and you click on the products and look at the bowling balls. You'll see the two newest bowling balls, the Optimus and the High Road Solid, which there's a description about the balls, and there's all kinds of great information there that you can find. And I'm sure that plenty of Storm staffers are posting videos on their Facebook pages as well, showing the ball go down the lane. And
have been for the last couple of weeks,
Yeah.
and getting everything prepared, and that's one of the good things about social media is it's really helped in advertising methods and being able to get information out to the public a little bit easier and a little bit quicker as well too. So
Well, that open by Liz Johnson dropped her down to the last spot, last position currently, but still pretty close. And it's only say about a mark or so separates the 4 players at this point after 7 frames. And
Liz is starting to fight ball reaction a little bit on both lanes. She just changed balls off of that wipeout, and she went bucket 3, 6, 9, 10 the last 2 frames. So she managed to strike in the 7th to see if she can get herself heading back in the right direction.
Kelly stepping up looking for a double. Remember, the lowest score in this 3-game match is out of the tournament and will miss the TV show and finish 6th. The TV show going to air tomorrow night, live bowling on ESPN2, which is nice. Everybody likes
Always
to see
great to
live
see.
bowling. And it's going to be at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And since it is a live show, I do recommend that if you're going to set your DVR to record it, that you set it maybe a half an hour to run a half an hour over, just in case, because you would hate to miss the winning moment in case it goes long.
That's happened before.
Yeah,
but
it's happened to me before
Yeah.
many times. I don't anticipate that we're going to go over tomorrow. We've got a 2-hour show, so we've got plenty of time to get the 5-player step ladder in. But just in case, make sure you add a little time to your DVR if you're bowling league or something and you're not able to watch it live. All right, big shot here for Missy.
I'm also interested to see the finals of the Senior Queen.
Yes.
That's going to be a good match.
That is going to be fantastic, and we're going to have that live on Bowl TV tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Pacific time. Missy trying to go for 4 in a row here, and is it going to go?
Almost caught a great break.
Yeah, nobody's had more than a 3-bagger here.
I think I spent as much time watching the Senior Queens this week as I did the regular Queens. I did have some of the ladies down there that I was working with, but those are also a lot of the ladies that I grew up watching. My mom bowled professionally for a couple years, and while she was out there, Tish was out there, and Robin Romeo, and several of the ladies that were down there, and Paula, and it was fun to watch them still competing at a high level. So
Yeah, a lot of great bowlers in the Senior Queens, Hall of Famers. It's a great
Lucy
field
bowled
down there.
great again
Yeah.
this week, which is no surprise. She's always in contention, especially for this event every year.
So we're starting to wind down game 1, and we really still have no idea who is going to make it. It's still very close, neck and neck.
Yeah, nobody's run away with anything yet.
Yeah, Liz still in the cellar at this point, but only by a mark or so. Jen Higgins looking for 3 strikes in a row here. Looked like she liked that one off her hand. And it is a triple for her heading into the 10th frame.
She's a little bit farther right than she's been the last couple matches, and it looks like it's kind of helped loosen her swing up a little bit more, and she has a little bit more of a confident look on her face. I talked to her between matches, and she was showing a little bit of nerves because she wasn't real happy with how she bowled the last match, but obviously ball reaction helps take away from that.
Liz Johnson needs to try to get something going here. She's struggled a bit here the last few frames. Too many 6 and 7 counts on the board for her. It's a little bit better.
She's fighting some spine tilt issues this game so far, a little bit more so than she has the previous matches. So I know Jimmy Callahan and Dell just kind of mentioned something to her, and maybe that'll help get her focused in the right direction, get her going again.
Missy with a strike to close out the 9th frame. So as we enter the 10th frame, max scores are as follows. Kelly Kulick can shoot 244, Missy Parkin 222, Jen Higgins can shoot 238, and Liz Johnson can shoot 210. So Liz about 12 pins back of Missy in last place currently. Oh wow, look at that
Great
4
break
pin
for
go.
Kelly.
Yeah, that's 4 in a row for Kelly. And that puts her in the 230s for sure.
I know Kelly's using a rumble with a really short pin right now, which kind of allows her to stay a little bit farther right and gives her a little bit more control down lane. She'd been using a much stronger ball most of the week and going a lot more left to right. So this is an interesting strategy change for Kelly, but it also shows her versatility too.
Well, Jen Higgins with the 4-7 in the 10th frame, so her max score 216 now. So an opportunity for Kelly Kulick to put her little distance between herself and the rest of the field here, but leaves the 2 pin.
You know, definitely in a match like this where it's the top 3 out of the 4 will move on, you can afford to be a little bit more cautious and play it safe a little bit. And 9 spares a good frame, you know, because you've got to assume when they're tough like this that somebody's going to struggle. So,
well, Kelly's going to have the lead no matter what with 233 here. Nobody else can get to that total. Next highest possible score would be Missy Parkin at 222. We still have 2 games to go, though, after this one ends, and it is 3 games total pinfall. A clean 216 for Jen Higgins. You're watching the USBC Queens, presented by Storm Bowling Products. I'm Lucas Wiseman. Jeff Carter is our guest commentator for this round. We are rounding down game number 1 here in this 3-game total pinfall match to determine our final 3 members of the stepladder finals tomorrow night on ESPN2. Missy with a 10 pin, so that means she can only get to 202. Very close. All 4 players going to be within about 30 pins or so of each other.
You know, Lucas, as strong as this field was this week, it's still there's a lot of great players that weren't here this week. You know, missing of course Stephanie Johnson. You know, with hopefully everything's going well back home. The baby's due any time.
She says that she's going to be watching the show from her hospital bed tomorrow night.
Oh,
so
awesome!
I think baby Stephanie Johnson and Chris Johnson's baby's coming pretty soon. Should be just around the corner.
And then Tennille and Kendra Gaines, you know,
Yep.
they were both out here for the Women's Open Championships and headed home. And then I actually talked to Wendy McPherson the other night, and she was heading to Vegas to work the TAT. She works for Brad Edelman in the high roller tournament, so she was going to go work those instead of bowling here. So
Josie Ernest, another
yeah,
big name,
Josie,
not here as well.
Yep. So a lot of very, very talented ladies that either had prior commitments or, of course, in Stephanie's case, she couldn't. So the field definitely could have been a lot stronger.
Well, hopefully we'll see some of those ladies at the BPAA Women's All-Star, which is going to be
Just
taking
in a
place.
few weeks, right?
Yeah, 3 weeks in Rockford, Illinois. And if you want more information on that, go to bpaa.com/tournaments. And BPAA has really stepped up to provide another event for the women, and we certainly hope that they will go out and support that event. And that's going to be coming up starting July 19th, and we'll have live coverage of that for you here on Bowl TV.
Yeah, I hope they have a good turnout for that. The women need more things to bowl, and hopefully when people, like the USBC and the BPAA step up and provide these events, that they can get the full support and have some big, strong fields for those events.
Yeah, people always say that, the women deserve more of an opportunity to bowl things, and I would counter that by saying that the women need to show up when there are things to bowl. And we did have an okay field here this week, 178 bowlers, but certainly that number should be a lot higher. We should have 250 out here easily.
Yeah, it would be nice. I also understand that it's difficult when you have a job or a family or commitments like that to take a full week off of work or away, and then in some cases, like in this particular case, and 3 weeks later turn around and do it again.
Yeah.
In Rockford. So
Sure.
I know from talking to a few of the ladies that was an issue, that they kind of had to pick one or the other. But still, always good to see as good a turnout as you could possibly see.
Well, game one comes to a close. Kelly Kulick leading at 233, Jen Higgins 216, Missy Parkin 202, and Liz Johnson at 199. So 34 pins separating the four bowlers after game one, and long ways to go here. 2 full games to determine our final 3 bowlers on the show. And I want to remind you that we are going to be giving away 3 Storm bowling balls at the end of this match, and you have 20 minutes to enter. 20 minutes, that's it. And then the giveaway will close at 1 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Here in Reno, so West Coast time. And you can go to bowl.com/win to enter.
Liz has gone back to the wipeout. She moved a little bit left and picked the ball speed up again, which she's never opposed to doing. So see if that doesn't get her going in the right direction. But Missy closed out that game much better than she started. So we'll see what happens as she moves forward in game 2.
Well, everybody has struck so far here in the first frame. Missy Parkin closing out frame number 1. And she leaves an awkward 3-4-6 split. Don't see that every day.
Well, at least not for the ladies.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure you leave it all the time.
I have seen that split more than I'd like to admit. That's why I'm sitting back here with you and not bowling much anymore.
Kelly trying to put a double on the board here, and she goes high, leaves the 4-pin.
Yeah, that was definitely left off of her hand, and she knows it too.
Just got a message from Tennille Milligan back at the USBC office. Let's plug the USBC Summer Team USA Trials. It's going to be coming up the end of August. So if you're interested in trying to earn a spot on Team USA at the Summer Trials, it's going to be in Arlington, Texas at the International Training and Research Center. You can go to bowl.com and find more information on the Summer Team USA Trials.
Are they doing the Collegiate Combine again down there this year?
Yeah, the bowling combine is
That's
coming
the end
up
of this month, isn't it? The end of
it's in
July, I believe.
August.
Is
Yeah,
it?
July, August, somewhere in there.
I've got so many things going on right now that I keep forgetting what's what on the calendar anymore.
It's always a busy time of the year.
Definitely
a lot of
is.
tournaments going on. And
Not only that, with trade shows and
Yeah,
everything else
exactly.
going on in the industry, this is definitely our busy time of the year. It's our silly season.
yeah, combine July 22nd to the 26th at
Gotcha.
the ITRC. And just when I say that you don't see that split very often, Jen
to
steps
back.
up and leaves a variation of it, 3-4-6-10.
So I guess the famous Lucas Black Cloud
That's
is
right,
showing up
the
again.
Wiseman
huh?
Jinx. I did see a number of the women go through the face 4-count split this week. It
Did
seemed
too.
like that was relatively easy to do.
Well, on a pattern like this, this one's 39 feet. There is still quite a bit of friction down lane. So even some of the ladies are seeing maybe more ball reaction in the back part of the lane than what they're used to seeing, especially when patterns are a little bit flatter. This one being about 2.4, 2.5 to 1 ratio. So.
Watching the USBC Queens presented by Storm Bowling Products. This is our final live stream match of the Queens. We will have the Senior Queens stepladder for you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Pacific time.
That was a huge shot for Liz right there. That might be just enough to get her sparked and ready to take over in this match. See if Jen can get herself back on track after that split in the previous shot. Definitely threw that one better. The friction zones on this pattern are really, really defined. There wasn't much hold at all this week. Certain parts of the building gave you a little bit more recovery room down lane, but there really wasn't much hold, and it never really did develop either. Our guesses were hold would continue to develop as the week went on, and it really never did. But you were able to kind of move a little bit farther right as the week went on, but the hold didn't quite develop like we had assumed it would.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty challenging pattern this week for the.
I was really happy with the scoring pace. For a major championship, you don't want to see high scores. You want to see everybody get out there and work hard, and spares become more of a key, staying out of trouble, and that's the way it was. You're always going to have certain bowlers just hit it no matter what. Somebody's going to match up and bowl really, really well. Like I mentioned with Brittany earlier, she bowled just fantastic every round. But we saw a lot up and downs. You saw some ladies bowl really well on the fresh, some bowl really well on the burn, but not the other way around. So
I think it took about a 209 average to make it in the match play, which is,
I've always liked that
respectable.
210 scoring pace to make match play. I've always, in any event, I think that if you can reward the bowlers for bowling well, that's great. It does take a little bit of the luck factor out of play, which is where I think our sport needs to head. But it's a whole nother discussion.
That's right. And right now things are very, very close between all four players. Nobody pulling away. 3 of our 4 players have a split for an open this game already. And so it just continues to be very close here as we are inching closer to the halfway point of the match.
Nobody looks really comfortable on this pair quite yet, which is kind of surprising. Like you talked about, the talent that's in this group of 4 ladies is tremendous, but nobody's really kind of gotten themselves to the point where they look like they are lined up and ready to run away with it. But Kelly is going to the ball that she'd used most of the week, and she's made a big step left. We'll see if she can't get something going here. I probably like Jen's ball reaction the best out of all 4. It's just a matter of, her getting up there and repeating it well enough to where she can continue striking. So she may have the least experience of the 4, but right now she may have the best overall ball reaction.
Hey, still at this point, I thought somebody might pull away, but nobody has, and it still could go either way. Any of these 4 players could be the one on the outside looking in at this point.
Yeah, it could literally come down to the 10th frame of Game 3. Kelly definitely has the advantage of having about a 30-pin cushion on 4th place, so she can experiment a little bit without trying to give too much away, but 1 or 2 bad breaks or good breaks by some of the other ones, that could turn that around in a heartbeat.
Yeah, right now marks are good for Kelly, but if the other players start stringing strikes, then it no longer becomes good enough.
I agree.
See what Missy does here. Comes up a little light, carries the light hit for 3 in a row. And, Missy and Jen start getting going here, then Kelly's going to have to try to get her striking shoes on.
And that puts a lot more pressure on Liz.
Absolutely. Liz looked like she was going to get it together the first couple of frames of this game, and last couple of frames have looked like it's going the other direction.
I think if you were to ask her right now, she's not going to be very happy with the way she's throwing it. I think
Yeah.
it's more of a physical issue with Liz right now, more so than ball reaction or anything else.
Another strike for Jen, so strike starting to come from Missy and Jen. And Kelly's thinking right now that she better start putting some strikes on the board.
If I'm in Kelly's shoes, though, I think I'm watching Liz more so than I am the other two. All you have to do is get to the show, and then anything can happen. I know you would rather be the 3 seed than the 5 seed.
Right, that's what I was going to say. How important is it to be the number 3 versus the number 4 or 5? Number 4 or 5 really doesn't matter a whole lot, but the number 3, it's one less match you have to bowl.
It really depends on who you ask. There are a lot of people that think that being able to get a couple of games going could definitely be a big advantage. Hence, over the years, the number 1 seed winning percentage isn't the highest in the world. Even on the PBA Tour, you see more people run the ladder than you do win from the top spot. So I guess it depends on each individual person on how they view it.
Got about 10 more minutes if you haven't entered the giveaway for the Storm Bowling Ball. We've got 10,000 entries into the giveaway, so that's pretty good.
That's great.
You can obviously earn multiple entries in the giveaway. Go to bowl.com/win for your chance. You've got about 10 minutes before the entries close. And Liz starting to fall behind a little bit here. She was already in the bottom position after game 1 and has done absolutely nothing to improve that standing here through 5 frames of game 2.
As long as she can keep one of them in her sights, it just takes one big game. But, boy, looking up at the rest of them is sure a daunting task. Especially if their ball reaction's better than yours right now.
And you know better than anybody, it's so hard to judge ball reaction when you feel like you're not throwing it well.
Exactly.
And it's hard to make adjustments. It's hard to make ball changes when, and Liz just doesn't seem like she's throwing it well right now, which compounds the problem for her. If she can just make a couple of good shots in a row physically, then I think that she'll probably start to get lined up.
And as a ball rep, and I know that Jim and Dell are down there with Liz right now, and Dave Watka is sitting on the steps watching Jen and Missy. It's tough for us to sometimes judge, because if we can't specifically pinpoint out what you're doing wrong physically, it makes it difficult to watch ball reaction and know, was that a good shot? Are we basing it off of that, or what are we basing it off of? So, but Kelly's moved in, and looks like she's kind of recaptured the magic that she had going earlier in the last couple of rounds when she was playing a lot more left to right and striking quite a bit. So.
Missy with a strike in the 6th. These are critical moments for Liz Johnson.
Yeah, I would definitely say that this is one of the key shots of the entire match right now. She needs to get it going quickly.
I looked a little better.
Another ball change, so that's the 3rd ball that Liz has thrown in this match. So that was one that she was using yesterday for a couple of the matches. See if maybe that doesn't get her going.
Right now she's 17 pins behind Missy Parkin in the last spot. Kelly Kulik still about 30 pins ahead, although Jen Higgins is making a run toward top spot in this match.
Not only does Jen's ball reaction look good, but she's kind of got that look on her face where she actually feels like she can step up there and strike at any second. So. Kelly got that one a little bit farther right, and it picked up and changed direction, so that bodes well for Kelly.
Let's see what Liz does here.
Big shot for Liz.
Yep, trying to put a double on the board. Strikes are starting to come, it seems like. That one cuts through the heart of the head pin. Leaves a 3-6-10.
In her last match against Shannon O'Keefe, Shannon was playing a little bit left of her, and it really never did bother Liz. But when you have 3 bowlers bowling that are all just a little bit left of you, and the front start to go away, and the mid lane starts to hook a little bit more, that may kind of trap Liz a little bit. She may be in trouble moving forward.
Missy looking to put a double on the board. And that strike right there makes Liz Johnson sweat a little bit, I think.
Absolutely.
Now you've got 3 of the 4 players working on at least a double or more, and Liz is just kind of sparing away here, and it's not looking real promising for Liz at this point. But we still have 1 full game and 3 frames to go here, so you just don't know what's going to happen.
It looks like just left of the track is really starting to open up, so that kind of bodes well for the girls that are left of it and hooking it a little bit. So
another nice shot by Jen Higgins. I watched Jen bowl a match earlier, and her ball reaction has looked pretty good this week, the last couple of days, and so it doesn't surprise me that she's in this position. And
yeah, she stayed pretty consistent all week long.
yeah. Well, I said Kelly was going to have to turn it up a notch after 3 9 spares in a row, and that's what she's done. She's answered the challenge here, and
Not too surprising there.
no, not at all. And this is quickly slipping away from Liz Johnson if she doesn't start striking. Liz is, looking at being in the 190s again this game, and that's, having 390 something after 2 is probably, not the position she thought she'd be in.
Nope, not at all. And
She
at
could
that
be
point
as much
she's
as-
staring at having to have
270
270 or better to
That's
be able to
exactly
make a run
right.
at it.
She may be 50 or 60 pins out of third place at the rate things are going. Missy will kind of dictate that a lot here with this shot. Another strike. So the other 3 looking lined up. Liz still looking a bit questionable out there. Five-minute warning for the Storm Bowling Ball giveaway. Go to bowl.com/win. So that drawing will be closing in 5 minutes, and we'll announce it in the last game. See if Jen Higgins can continue her string. She's got 6 in a row after having it open in the second frame. Looks great. It's just strike after strike for Kulik, Parkin, and Higgins right now. And what we thought was looking pretty low scoring early on has become pretty high scoring here in game 2.
Yeah, it definitely looks like the middle part of the lane starting to open up. There's a little bit of hole developing, and then there's a friction spot down lane that they can actually throw at now that we haven't seen much of since qualifying.
All right, so here's Liz in the 9th, working on a spare again. And a big split. And
She moved left to get closer to where Jen is, so now she's in the same part of the lane. But going there blind, throwing your first shot, trying to make a run at it, it's going to be difficult.
I would imagine that Liz is going to have to do something drastic here at the end of this match to try to get back in this, because what she's done so far hasn't looked like it's going to work.
Now that was the move that I would guess that she was about to make. She's been in there earlier in the week, especially during qualifying. So she bowled well in there, but she just hasn't done it in a while, and trying to develop a ball reaction that you haven't thrown a shot there is kind of tough.
And right now you've got the other three players with at least a 4-bagger, and Liz working on an open with 1:59 in the ninth. And she's huddled up with Jim Callahan and Del Ballard right now trying to work through it. There's another strike for Higgins. So this may come down to who's going to get the number 3 seed versus who's going to be out.
Yeah, very much so.
The way things are looking right now, as we are in the 10th frame of Game 2.
Boy, that's a big break for Jen right there. Kelly made a good shot, lower 7-10.
And that's gonna put Jen into the top spot, I believe,
Yes, it will.
after 2 games. Didn't have to do much math to figure that one out. No, it's pretty easy. Even I can figure this one out, but Jen bowling a huge game here and just absolutely annihilating the pocket here the last few frames or so. She only had 1 non-strike the whole game in the 2nd frame, and she's going to be in the 260s.
Kelly's still got to feel pretty good about her ball reaction, though. She's back in her comfort zone with the ball that she preferred to use pretty much all week. So she's got to be feeling pretty good about her chances to maybe even get back around Jen next game.
And a great finish for Jen Higgins as she punches out and shoots 266.
Sure, everybody back in Ohio watching is happy to see that for Jen.
I'm sure Dan is on the edge of his seat, her husband. He's been watching the live streaming all week long. And Jen Higgins sitting at 482, Kelly Kulick 457, so a 25-pin lead for Higgins over Kulick. And here's Parkin, who can strike out for 258. She blasts the 7 out of the rack.
That shot right there really puts a lot of pressure on Liz, because no matter what she does now, she's going to have a big game, because I can't see Missy, falling off and bowling below 200 the next game.
Yeah, and at this point, Liz is going to be about 60 out, it seems like, of a little more, maybe more than 60 out. And so she's going to have to hope, really, that somebody, probably either Kelly or Jen Kelly or Missy bowl, 170, 180 the last game. And based on ball reaction we're seeing, it certainly doesn't look like that's going to happen. But
No, it doesn't.
You never
know.
You just don't know.
That's why you never talk about a no-hitter.
That's right. There's a lot on the line, and you never know how things are going to work their way out. I mean, we've seen people overcome. I've seen people overcome 80, 90 pin deficits in one game in these matches, and so you just don't know. But Liz really can't afford to not strike here. That's another 10 pins she gives back. Wicked 7 pin. So Liz is going to be at 179. Now Missy strikes out for 258. That puts Missy at 460, which actually moves her ahead of Kelly. And Liz with 179 is at 378. So that means Liz is 79 pins behind 3rd place currently. But remember, the top scorer will earn the number 3 seed on the show. And then the number 4 seed goes to the 2nd highest player, number 5 to the 3rd highest player. And right now it's Jen Higgins at 482, Missy Parkin at 460, Kelly Kulick at 457, and Liz Johnson at 378 as Kelly leaves back-to-back 710s on that left lane.
That's definitely something we've seen this week is, as as the rounds go or the matches go, more and more oil does start to kind of pool up a little bit down lane at the back of the pattern. Not so much carry down, so to speak, but the oil will actually get to the back of the pattern, so it kind of delays the reaction. And even Kelly, with a little bit higher rev rate of the ladies, has a hard time to actually get it to change direction through there. So. And Jen once again leaves the 3, 4, 6, 7 that she left in the second frame of the last game. So maybe she just wanted to get it out of the way a frame earlier this game. But she still has a commanding lead. So I think if I'm Jen, I'm just thinking about just trying to make decent shots, stay out of trouble, and hopefully walk out of this match with the number 3 seed. But Missy may have something to say about this before it's all said and done. She's only 30 back of Jen, so she gets off to a good start. It could be anybody's ball game for that top spot. And just as I say that, she throws a great shot, so she's putting some early pressure on Jen Higgins.
So we're going to announce our winners kind of periodically here. We've got 3 winners to announce, and the first winner of a Storm bowling ball of his choice is Sean Nance. So congratulations, Sean Nance. You'll be getting an email from me shortly.
Congratulations, Sean.
Yep, he's our first winner. Maybe he'll pick one of the new Storm balls, maybe the High Road Solid or the Optimus.
Jen answers right back with a strike in the second, so she tells Missy, I'll see your strike and I'll raise you mine.
We do still have 2 bowling balls that we're going to give away. The entries are now closed, but we're going to announce the winners here over the course of this game. Sean Nance is our first winner. Well, it sure seems like Liz pretty much needs to strike the rest of the way to have a chance here. She's almost 80 pins out coming into the game. And she certainly could be up to the task. You never want to count out a bowler like Liz Johnson.
No, not at all. And she went to the weaker of the 3 balls that she's been rotating through, stayed in that same part of the lane where she'd moved a little bit left, and she's simply just throwing it harder, which is right in Liz's wheelhouse, so I'm not going to bet against her right now.
Don't forget to watch the TV finals tomorrow night live on ESPN2. Dave Lamont, Chris Barnes will be calling the action for you. And that starts at 7 p.m. Eastern Time live on ESPN2. Good way to start your 4th of July festivities.
And don't forget to tune in tomorrow morning on Bowl TV, or Bowl.tv for the finals of the Senior Queens.
That's
so
right.
Looking forward to that one.
It's going to be a great show. And hopefully you'll tune in tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Pacific Time, 1 p.m. Eastern. Senior Queens, always a great tournament. Some great, absolutely great field in the Senior Queens every year. Hall of Famers, major champions. It gets better and better every year in that tournament as well.
My mom finished, I believe, second to Sandra Postman one year, and that was one of my favorite things that I got to witness. Is I actually surprised her that week. I was bowling in Chicago somewhere and got done and drove straight to Tulsa while they were bowling. And surprised her. I was able to walk up right before one of her matches, and walked up, surprised her, and she surprised me by getting all the way to second. A great shot by Kelly. Like she made a little bit of a speed adjustment off those 2 7-10s on that lane, so. That ball read the lane a lot better than the previous 2 shots on that lane. Other than those 2 hiccups that Jen's had, in the last couple of games with the 3, 4, 6, 7s that she's left. She has labeled every shot.
So once again, coming into this game, it was Jen Higgins in first, Missy Parkin in second, Kelly Kulik in third, and Liz Johnson in fourth. Jen and Kelly both opening with open frames.
Missy got that one left. You can see her motion to hold, and it certainly did.
And it's pretty much must strike the rest of the way for Liz Johnson. It has to be the mindset.
I think the words push and hold were the two most commonly used words I heard all week here, other than a few other ones that I can't repeat on the air. But
Well, I'm kind of hoping Liz makes it interesting here towards the end, because that always makes it fun to watch. Jen with 3 in a row.
it looks like Jen and Kelly are going to do some battle to see who's going to get the top spot coming out of this match. So Jen doesn't really want to give it up, and Kelly's trying to run her down.
Nice shot by Kelly Kulik. With that strike, Kelly moves ahead of Missy. And Liz Johnson trying to keep it perfect here.
But that's going to make it really, really tough on Liz. She's going to need some help, and she's pretty much going to have to throw the back 7 or 8 to be able to even have a chance. So
Yeah, you
kind of surprised to see that.
Go from a max of 300 to a max of 278, that's 22 pins that she really could not afford to give away right there. And makes it real tough. She's going to have to hope that one of these other bowlers bowls a sub 200 game now to have any chance.
And
at this
the other
point,
three aren't showing any
yeah.
signs of letting up at all.
I mean, it's going to maybe kind of rest on Missy here. If Missy gets a double, it becomes exponentially easier for her to get to 200 with every strike she throws.
And right now, as good as Missy's throwing it, boy, there's just no sign of that happening. And Liz chops the spare, which pretty much signals what could be the end of her week. And she's been out here for a week already. She bowled the Men's Opens Championship and the Women's Open Championship, and she probably found a league to sub in a couple of times while she's out here, and maybe even bowl a couple of birthday parties somewhere. But see Jen come back with a smile on her face. She got that one in. It held. So yeah, it definitely looks like this pair is opening up quite a bit. So
well, after we watch Kelly throw this shot, we're going to announce our second lucky winner of a Storm bowling ball. Another nice looking shot for Kelly. And our first winner was Sean Nance. Our second winner is Sam Elliston. So congratulations to Sam Elliston. You are the winner of a Storm bowling ball of your choice. You'll be getting an email from me shortly.
Congratulations, Sam.
Always nice to get a new bowling ball, isn't it? You gotta,
Absolutely.
especially with getting ready in the summertime, getting geared up for league season in a couple of months. Nice new bowling ball to start off league. Sounds pretty nice to me.
Yeah, we run a lot of tournaments back home with our Lana Lincoln Tournaments group, and every one that we run, we do ball raffles for a new Storm or Rotogrip bowling ball, and that's become one of the most popular things that we do in all the events, because everybody's just anxious to buy their raffle tickets and get the certificate for a new Storm or Rotogrip bowling ball.
Another strike for Missy. So Kulik, Parkin, and Higgins all continuing to string strikes here, and it's inevitable that Liz Johnson is going to be out and finish 6th, and she'll be mighty disappointed with that. But
yeah, now it looks like it's becoming a 3-way battle as to who's going to walk away with the number 3 seed.
Right now, Jen Higgins with a slight advantage. Let's see here, about 20 pins or so over Parkin at this point, but still could go either way with half a game to go. Another strike for Kelly, and we do have one more bowling ball to give away, so we will be announcing that winner here in the back half of this game, so stay tuned. And don't forget to tune in tomorrow morning for our live coverage of the Senior Queens presented by Storm Stepladder Finals. Going to be getting underway at 10 a.m. Pacific time. We hope that you will tune in and support that event. We've got almost 2,000 people watching now, so no reason why all of you shouldn't tune in tomorrow. It's I know you might be working, but boss will understand if you're watching some bowling. I'll write you a note, get out of school note or whatever.
There needs to be an application form, on the website that you can have it filled out and printed out and give it to your boss.
That's right.
Or your teacher.
We give you permission to watch Bowl TV
Yeah,
during the
exactly.
workday. Missy Parkin with her 4th consecutive strike, so it's a strike fest now for Kulik, Parkin, and Higgins.
Other than the few splits from Jen and the one from Kelly, there really haven't been too many mistakes. Kelly missed that 10 pin in the first game, but this is an impressive display from Kelly, Missy, and Jen so far in this match. They've made a really, really tough pattern look very, very scoreable, which just speaks volumes to the amount of talent that's out there right now.
And by the way, for anybody who wonders, Jeff is sitting here watching me click the random winner button. So that's how we select our winners. The software does it for me. There's 10,000 entries, and it automatically finds me a random winner, and then I go to it. And I've already given away 2 of the bowling balls, and we'll be announcing the 3rd one here momentarily.
I even offered him $20 to draw my name, and he wouldn't take it. So
I'm sure you get all the Storm bowling balls you can handle. Another strike for Jen. Well, this is a pretty impressive display starting to develop here for these 3 ladies going for that number 3 seed.
Well, this also kind of sets up, an interesting scenario for the TV show tomorrow night, where you have 3 experienced ladies in the 3, 4, 5 spot, and a couple of inexperienced as far as television goes in the top 2 spots. So, much like last year when Diana won, it'll be interesting to see on the show tomorrow night on how that plays out. Because I know for a fact that if I'm in the 1 or 2 spot, I'm not really happy looking below me and seeing Kelly sitting right there right about now.
Yeah, that's true. Well, Maria and Tanya both have some TV experience from their college days, but it's
a little bit different
It's different. You don't have
situation,
a whole team behind you to support you, and it's an individual event. Well, that one gets away from Missy a little bit, but almost got the strike out of it. Leaves just the 2 pin.
That's going to make it difficult for her to get all the way up to the number 3 seed. Jen and Kelly are definitely fighting to take that. If they continue to striking, looks like Missy may end up being the number 5 seed, but still a few frames left to go. We've seen some ugly splits left out there, and that could change the momentum in a hurry. So. Great shot from
10.
Kelly.
That's good news for Jen Higgins.
It is, especially if she strikes here.
Jen up on 25 on Kelly, and that number will go to 36 if Jen strikes here. 3, 6, 9, 10. So Jen's keeping it interesting for us here.
Like I said, between matches, Jen had told me that she was feeling a little bit nervous, and I think when she saw Kelly leave that 10 pin, she saw her opportunity to really seal the deal, and she maybe wanted that one just a little bit too much. And she leaves in my opinion, one of the toughest splits in bowling.
Yeah.
Anything that involves the 3, 6, 10, I just usually take 2 and hit the reset button.
It's a big mess, isn't it? 3, 6, 9, 10. Nobody likes to shoot that.
It's close.
Yeah, covers
Good
it up.
effort.
If you're going to leave it, might as well clean it up.
Exactly.
And now she is 22 pins ahead of Kelly with 2 frames to go. Missy can kind of get back in the mix here with a couple of strikes.
Yeah, they left that door just slightly open.
Had Jen missed that, would have been a much different story, but Jen still about a 20-pin lead on Kelly and Missy. Missy taking her time on this one.
It's a great shot. I've never been a big fan of taking more time on one particular shot more so than the other. You know, I've always kind of been under the mindset that every shot's important. Treat them all the same. Whether it's the first frame, 10th frame, an important shot or not, you know, try and keep yourself in that same tempo, mentally and physically on every shot. But everybody's different. Everybody handles those their own way.
Well, we're going to announce our final winner of the Storm bowling ball here in just a second. Let me know in the chat if you guys are ready to hear the final winner. And I think we'll do it here in the 10th frame. Maybe in the 9th frame. We'll see. I like to keep people on the edge of their seats here.
It's your world, Lucas. We're just living in it.
It's nice to have a little bit of power.
Much better shot from Jen there.
Yeah, great
Much
shot.
better.
Rebounds after the 3, 6, 9, 10. And really is going to come down to the final frame, I think, to determine our number 3, 4, and 5 seeds for the TV show. And again, Maria Jose Rodriguez, the number 1 seed. Tanya Ramapour, the number 2 seed. That was determined earlier today here on Bowl TV.
Big shot for Kelly right here if she wants to still be in the running for the number 3 seed. She threw it good.
Kelly's throwing it pretty good this whole match. And it's another good one there. If not for a couple of 7-10 splits, she'd be in the lead in this thing.
Yeah, very much so.
She had a back-to-back 7-10 splits on that left lane.
Great week for Liz. She bowled very, very well in all of her matches leading up to this point. She had a tough one last night with Brittany Hamilton, tough one earlier this morning with Shannon O'Keefe, but managed to work her way through them. But just never did get comfortable on this shootout pair here.
Well, this is a big shot for Missy. She's still in the mix for that number 3 seed. And a strike here, she's within 17 of Jen Higgins going into the 10th frame.
Yeah, she still has a max of 259 going, which puts her at 719, I believe, if my math is correct.
10 pin makes it tough now. So certainly Jen Higgins in the driver's seat here. I think first strike in the 10th might
Seal it up.
might seal it up. Hard to do the math with so many players in the mix, but she is 22 pins ahead of Kelly. And she is...
Actually, I believe if she marks, she will take the top seed.
Okay. She's 22 ahead of Kelly, and she's 27 ahead of Missy. So, you're the bowling expert guy over here, Jeff Carter, so you can... I do enough math over the course of the week, so... Either way, if Jen strikes, it's 100%. She's going to be the number 3 seed, I think.
always said I went to a very small school and I was just lucky to get my GED, so don't count on me for math.
There's one thing I've learned in my days working for the USBC, it's that bowlers are good at adding bowling scores.
Yes. Maybe not anything else, but we can add bowling scores.
Well, Kelly hanging in there. I mean, she still could get in the back door here if disaster strikes for Jen Higgins, but...
Well, as a bowler, all you want to do is put yourself in the position to make the shot to accomplish what you're looking for, and Kelly's done that. Now it's up to Jen.
That looks good. Yeah, she pured it.
Yep.
Big strike, and Jen Higgins going to be our number 3 seed for the show.
And that will make Kelly the number 4 seed, and Missy will be the number 5 seed, it looks like.
Yeah, Missy was 3 pins ahead of Kelly coming into this game.
Oh, that's correct.
So I think that still looking pretty good for Kelly,
Yeah,
though.
Kelly is. Kelly's in the 240s. Yeah, she's in the 240s. Missy is a max 239.
39.
So, yeah, Kelly will be the number 4 seed. Missy will be the number 5 seed for tomorrow night's telecast.
So great performance here by Jen Higgins in our elimination finale. She earns the number 3 seed for the telecast. And we are about to announce the winner here of our final Storm Bowling Ball. Our first 2 winners, Sean Nance and Sam Elliston. And our third and final winner of a Storm Bowling Ball of their choice goes to Glenn Coyle. So congratulations to Glenn Coyle. And there are still opportunities to win Storm Bowling Balls. You can go to bowl.com/storm, and Storm is running a giveaway on their website for bowling balls, some shirts, some towels, all kinds of good stuff. So if you didn't win this time around, you still have an opportunity.
And you can check out both the Storm and the Road Regret Facebook pages. We're constantly running contests and giveaways on there. So I think every so many fans that we gain on both the Facebook pages, we do ball giveaways and contests and things like that. So go to Facebook, click like on the Storm and Road Regret pages, and be eligible for giveaways and contests, things like that.
Well, 736 for Jen Higgins. Pretty stellar total. 703 for Kelly Kulik. Missy Parkin going to be at 699 if she strikes out. And Liz Johnson quite a ways back.
Pretty impressive performance considering we kind of thought this might be a little bit of a lower scoring match, at the beginning. So good work by all the ladies this week, all 170 plus competitors that showed up and bowled the 15 qualifying games. There were some issues here at the stadium early on that kind of put a little bit damper on the mood early in the week, but everybody worked through it and things got better as the week went on. So there were some issues that happened that I think the USBC did a pretty good job as far as handling those things that were technological issues. So I think the entire staff, the tournament directors, everybody did a good job as far as working through those problems and keeping things running as smoothly as they could.
Well, it was a pretty smooth performance for Jen Higgins, 736 as she wins this elimination finale and gets the number 3 seed for the show. Kelly Kulik will be your number 4 seed with 703. Missy Parkin, 689, gets the number 3 seed, or gets the number 3 position in the match, the number 5 seed. And Liz Johnson, 589, finishes 6th in the tournament. So your lineup for the TV show for tomorrow night live on ESPN2 at 7 p.m. Eastern Time will be Maria Jose Rodriguez of Colombia, the number 1 seed. The number 2 seed, Tanya Ramampur of Indonesia. The number 3 seed, Jennifer Higgins of Westerville, Ohio. The number 4 seed, Kelly Kulik of Union, New Jersey. And the number 5 seed, Missy Parkin of Laguna Hills, California. And that's going to wrap up our coverage here of the USBC Queens, presented by Storm. Certainly hope that you'll join us tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Pacific Time, for our live coverage of the USBC Senior Queens, presented by Storm. Stepladder Finals right here live on Bowl TV tomorrow morning, Pacific Time, 10 a.m. I'm Lucas Wiseman. Thank you, Jeff Carter, for sitting in. And thanks again to Storm Bowling for their sponsorship of this great event. And go to stormbowling.com for more information. As always, it was a pleasure. Great bowling, always nice to see, and always a pleasure to have you in the booth, Jeff.
Thanks for having me, Lucas. Enjoy working with you, and hopefully we can do it again soon.
Yeah,
All
thank
right.
you. And have a good afternoon, everybody. We'll see you back here live on Bowl TV tomorrow morning.
Thanks. Take care, everybody.